everybody, and welcome to Ignatianum University in Krakow. Welcome to Christian Philosophy Facing Naturalism. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Ignatianum University in Krakow, and welcome to the conference Christian Philosophy Facing Naturalism. I'd like to ask Father Homa, Professor Homa, the Rector of the University, to formally open the conference.
Szanowni Państwo, witam wszystkich serdecznie i oficjalnie otwieram tę konferencję, a teraz pozwolicie Państwo, że przejdę na język angielski, jako że część naszych uczestników tym językiem się posługuje, a język polski jest dla nich raczej językiem trudno dostępnym. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, present here in the conference room, as well as following the conference on the social media. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to our Jesuit University, Ignatianum. So, I would say my thank you for your kind response to the invitation to take part in this third international conference under the title Christian Philosophy Facing Naturalism. I appreciate very much your presence and interest. So let me say some words about the Institute of Philosophy, which organized this conference. We as Institute develop philosophical knowledge of wisdom and metaphysical attitudes. We seek also out non-reductive solutions to the tackled problems. Also, we critically analyze contemporary social cultural transformation. And finally, we strive to show the importance of philosophical reflection for everyday life, seeking new perspectives for understanding human beings in their entire existence, subject to constant challenges, trials, and tests from modern civilization. So, I am sure that your reflection on Christian philosophy facing naturalism will contribute significantly to the development of these mentioned above characteristics of our philosophical milieu and center. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to the members of the academic committee of the conference, Professors Piotr Mazur, the chairman, Mr. Brian Besong, Piotr Duchliński, Anto Gawrycz, Adam Jąkisz, Graham McAleer, Vittorio Possenti, Józef Quitterer, Piotr Sikora i Richard Swinburne. So I also congratulate the organizational team, Jacek Poznański, the head of the team, Szczepan Urbaniak, the conference secretary, as well as Jarosław Kucharski, Ewa Odoj, Jakub Pruś, Maciej Jemioł, Wojciech Żak, Piotr Orecki, and Oskar Lange. I congratulate you for taking up this long journey of preparations. I think the Ministry of Education, who decided to co-finance the conference from the state budget funds granted within the framework program of the Excellent Science 2. I think also the city of Krakow for the financial contribution to the conference within the framework of the program Kraków Scientific Conferences. dear ladies and gentlemen. I wish you fruitful time of reflection and exchange. I sincerely hope you will enjoy these 2 intensive days of debate and networking. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
I'd like to now ask Professor Piotr Mazur, Chairman of the Academic Committee of the Conference, to come and introduce the conference.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, our first international conference on Christian philosophy held in 2020 marked the culmination of the project Monuments of Polish Christian Philosophy of 20th Century. In this project, we gathered the ideas of 13 leading Polish Christian philosophers, including Krąpiec Wojtyła, Tischner, Zdybicka, Kamiński, and others, and prepared a guide to Polish Christian philosophy of the 20th century. All volumes available in both Polish and English can be accessed online in their entirety. We are now continuing this endeavor by compiling the reflections of 10 others Polish philosophers from the 20th and 21st centuries, such as Michał Heller, Konstanty Michalski, Józef Pastuszka, Jerzy Perzanowski, Andrzej Półtawski, Antoni Siemianowski, Antoni Stępień, Szczepan Ślaga, Władysław Stróżewski, Józef Życiński. The first international conference on Christian philosophy was dedicated to the history, current state, and future prospects of this philosophical tradition, attracting participants from all around the globe. Our aim was to establish a platform for dialogue and collaboration on Christian philosophy at our university. The second conference held in 2022 took a more focused approach addressing the various challenges Christian philosophy has faced and continues to encounter. Notable philosophers such as Richard Swinburne, Alexander Prus, William Lane Craig, Juan Manuel Burgos were among the participants. At the third conference, in the series, we aim to examine the relationship between Christian philosophy and naturalism. Today, naturalism dominates not only in the empirical sciences, but also holds significant influence in philosophy. Both technological transhumanism and its cultural counterpart, posthumanism, are gathered in naturalistic principles. While Christian philosophy engaged deeply with naturalism, it typically rejects the reductionist aspect that naturalism employs in its understanding of the world and the human person. This interplay of connections, tensions, and debates will form the core of our discussion. On behalf of the academic committee, I invite you to participate in this conference and share your research and thoughts in the lectures and discussions. Thank you very much.
We're now going to show a short promotional film for Krakow before we move on to our first keynote speaker. So, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor Robert Koons. Rob is a professor of philosophy at the University of Texas at Austin in the United States. He's the author of, amongst other books, Realism Regained, an exact theory of causation, teleology, and the mind, published by Oxford University in 2000. And more recently, Is Thomas Aquinas' Philosophy of Nature Obsolete?, published a couple of years ago by St. Augustine Press. He's also the co-author with Timothy H. Pickavants of the Atlas of Reality, a comprehensive guide to metaphysics, from Wiley Blackwell, 2017. Rob has co-edited The Waning of Materialism from 2010 for OUP, as well as 2 volumes for Routledge, depending on these being Neo-Aristotelian Perspectives on Contemporary Science, 2018, and Neo-Aristotelian Metaphysics and the Philosophy of Nature, 2021. He's done work also on Aristotelian interpretations of quantum theory, on the contemporary defense of Thomism, and arguments for classical theism. And correct me, Rob, if I'm wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, there's also a forthcoming collection in the pipeline on classical theism, entitled Classical Theism, co-edited for Routledge with Jonathan Foucault. It's already out, is it now? Okay, all right. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce Rob, who will be giving a lecture entitled The Prime Mover from Aristotle to Aquinas, A Fresh Interpretation and Defense.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Carl, very much. Yes, my first visit to Poland, and I'm really excited to be here. Arrived on Sunday, so I was able to spend yesterday visiting this beautiful city of Krakow. Really very much enjoyed that, and honored to be part of this conference. Thank you very much for the invitation. So naturalism can mean many different things. I think I would say I'm definitely a Christian philosopher, and I'm definitely not a naturalist, whatever naturalism is. But I'm going to take naturalism at least to imply that all of reality, or at least all of reality that we can know, is contained, wholly contained by space and time. So if one can have an argument that shows that there's something, a real thing with real power and agency that's totally beyond time, totally non-temporal, then I would take that to be a proof that naturalism is false in any case. And it would put us on the path towards an even more robust kind of non-naturalism, I think, if we can establish such a thing. So I'm going to go back to one of the very earliest arguments against naturalism, so understood. The argument, Thomas Aquinas' First Way, which of course is based on the even earlier argument by Aristotle in the Physics, the argument for the unmoved mover. Now this is an argument which is, well, I should mention also, this is part of a larger project. My colleague Daniel Bonavac and I at University of Texas are working on a manuscript on all 5 of the 5 ways, and in each case a contemporary interpretation and defense of the argument. These arguments, of course, are among the most famous arguments in philosophy, but we think are still relatively under-examined and certainly underappreciated. There's a large meeting taking place right now in Notre Dame on celebrating Thomas Aquinas' 800th anniversary, and there's about 100 papers there, not a single paper on the 5 ways, either individually or collectively. So even Thomas are sometimes, I think, somewhat embarrassed by the 5 ways, and this is especially true of the First Way, which is often thought to be both based on outdated mechanics of Aristotle and of medieval thinkers, and also failing to reach any kind of metaphysical conclusion, which is an objection, very early objection by Suarez, and I think probably was also Scotus's view, since he totally ignores the First Way in his treatments of God's existence. So I'm going to argue that to the contrary, the First Way and the argument from motion does not depend in any way on outdated science, and that it does reach quite rich metaphysical conclusions. So I'm going to be swimming against the stream here quite dramatically. Very interested in hearing your feedback and just comments on this. Let's see. Is that advancing the slide? I don't see it doing so. Somebody give me a little technical support here. I'm hitting the, I think I'm a Mac person, so this is a foreign machine to me. It might as well be in Polish. Well, actually, it is in Polish, so it's going to be a bit of a challenge, perhaps. Maybe if I touch on this thing, let's see.
Yeah, I think we have some sort of...
Okay, there, that worked.
Well, but it's... Jakaś to, nie wiem, spróbować. O! Trzeba udostępnić jeszcze... Nie, udostępnić. Poczekaj. Trzeba puścić od początku prezentacji i żeby przeskakiwało. To trzeba włączyć.
No worries. Okay, great. So the arrows will work? Okay, great. So here, you bet. Thank you very much. So here's an overview of the argument. I'm going to talk about the structure of the argument itself. I'm going to bring up 4 interpretive problems. These are pretty well-known problems. Then I'm going to get into some solutions to those problems. Why do changes need imminent causes? Aristotle's dynamic theory of time. So here I'm going to argue that really to understand the argument in physics 7 and 8, you have to go back to physics 4 and look carefully at Aristotle's theory of time. And that will lead to a principle of metaphysical proportionality, and especially to my consideration of why does time pass. So from an Aristotelian perspective, there's an important question here that needs an explanation. That will make me then turn to things like inertia and spontaneous self-movers, things that are supposed to be objections to the argument. Why not infinite regress? And then finally, arguing that we can get from an unmoved mover to something really metaphysically interesting, a timeless agent, an agent that's outside of time altogether. So here, I'll go through real quickly the text. I'm not going to spend time to actually read this. This is a standard translation of the first way into English with a few notations. But just notice here, of course, one thing I should mention is that the word motion, as it's translated here as well, as you know in Latin, refers to change more generally, not just locomotion. So I will typically just use the word change in the talk. And also you'll notice that the notions of potentiality and actuality figure very prominently in this. And this, I think, will be the key to understanding the argument. We've got in paragraph 2, we've got an argument against circular causation in the relevant respect, that something can't cause itself to change in this respect. And then finally, in paragraph 3, an argument against an infinite regress. Which leads us to a first mover. And then, of course, the infamous conclusion that this everyone understands to be God. I'll try to explain what that means and why, in what sense we can understand that to be true. So here's sort of a formal representation of the argument, very simple structure of the argument. Thomas, I think, tacitly assumes that causation is transitive. So if it isn't, we'll just introduce a cause star notion, which is the transitive closure of causation. So if A causes B and B causes C, A cause star B C, right? So we can close the transitivity there. So there's basically just 3 assumptions of the argument. Non-emptiness, that there are changes. That there's a non-empty domain D of changes. Seriality, that wherever there's a change, there's some state that causes the change state. So causation applies universally here within the domain of changes. And then finitude, there's no infinite descending causal chains, and therefore no circles either. Those are both excluded by finitude. And that gives us, of course, the result that there's an actually existing first cause of changes, a cause which lies outside the domain of changes. And every change is caused, star, by some such first cause, right? So there's some non-change, right? At least one, that's the ultimate cause of the changes that we see in the world. Now, Thomas assumes this first cause must be a mover, a causer of change, a thing that exercises the power to cause changes in other things. So this is basis of an Aristotelian causal powers theory of causation. So I'm just going to assume that that's correct for this talk, that where there's causation, there's a causal power that's being exercised by something. So that gives us a corollary then that there's an actually existing unmoved mover, a thing that exercises its power to cause changes in other things without thereby undergoing any change itself, any change whatsoever, right? Because if it undergoes any change in the process of changing, then we would have, again, an infinite regress. It wouldn't be a first cause. Okay? Now, that sounds like maybe an unexciting conclusion, but I'm going to argue towards the end that it's actually quite important, quite interesting conclusion. Now, there's four interpretive problems that this simple argument might face and historically has faced. First of all, why must every change have a cause? And why must this cause be a mover as opposed to something else, like a law of nature or something like that?
Something went wrong. Please try again.
Sorry. My phone has decided to talk on its own for some reason. Let's see if I can turn that off. Sorry. Over here. Secondly, why couldn't there be, maybe it's a logical fallacy detector, I don't know, I hope not. Secondly, why couldn't there be cases of a self-moving or spontaneous agent, right? Why do we have to always move to something further, so to speak? Now, Thomas gives in this second paragraph, as you know, a very brief argument against self-movers, why something couldn't change itself. First of all, nothing can be both actual and potential in the same respect at the same time. That seems reasonable, right? It can't be merely potentially hot and actually hot at the same time, right? If x changes y at time t, there's some respect r in which x is actually r at t and y is only potentially r at t. This at least seems to be what he's assuming, right? That in order for something to cause the wood to become actually hot, we need an agent that's also actually hot, and the wood is only potentially hot, such that the agent can act on the wood. And therefore, it follows from A and B that nothing can change itself, because in order to change itself, it would both have actuality and mere potentiality at the same time in the same respect. But the problem with this way of interpreting his argument in the second paragraph is that premise B is problematic, even in Thomas's own conceptions of nature. Aquinas admits there are many cases in nature of causation that's equivocal, where the cause does not have the property that it produces in the thing itself. So a very simple case is the sun. The sun on Aristotelian pictures is not hot, and yet nonetheless causes things to be hot. And so that's a counterexample to B, and without B, how do we get an argument here against self-movers? So that's the second problem. The third problem is, why couldn't we have an infinite series of causes, extending infinitely far back into the past to explain present motion? Both Aristotle and Thomas concede that infinite regresses, when they are infinite only accidentally, only per accidens, are possible. So it seems that the present motion could be explained by a temporally extended regress stretching infinitely far into the past. Aristotle and Thomas admit that such regresses are possible, so why not in this case? And then problem 4, the gap problem. Why must an unmoved mover have any of the characteristics of God? Why must it be eternal, timeless, necessary, lacking accidents, radically simple, and so on? Not to mention all-powerful, all-knowing, and all those other things. So I'm going to take up the question of the first problem, I guess it was. Why must changes have causes at all? So in Aristotle's cosmology, of course, the universe is infinitely old, and so motion has been going on forever. So to cause a motion is not to cause it to begin. So Aristotle thinks the motions of the spheres are caused, and yet the motion is not caused to begin because it never began. It's always been moving in the way that it is. Now, the traditional interpretation of this is that for every motion occurring at time t, there must be a simultaneous cause if it's continuing to move, also acting at time t, and that simultaneous infinite regresses are impossible. This is what we might call the traditional interpretation. And the way I understand this interpretation is that it demands there be a kind of mechanical chain of simultaneous causes. When I was a child, I used to play a game where you would put various gears on a board, and then eventually when you completed it, you could turn the gear over here, and it would turn the other gears, and then it would cause something to happen at the other end of the board. And I think this is the picture people have of Aristotle's mechanics, that there's a kind of chain, a series of gears leading from the spheres up above, and if the spheres stopped moving, all the gears would stop, and all the motion in the world would stop, and so therefore there has to be something that's constantly revving the whole thing up, constantly turning some kind of crank to keep the whole thing moving. The problem with that, I think, is that, first of all, whatever is turning the crank, right? It will itself be continually changing as it turns the crank for each moment. And so it would fail to be a first or unmoved cause. And secondly, and even more importantly, in Aristotle's own mechanics, which Thomas well understands, there are many natural bodies capable of sustaining perpetual motion on their own, based on their own natures. So this picture of this linking of gears that somehow has to be in motion in order to move things is just wrong. The heavenly spheres themselves move the way they do because it's their nature to move that way. There's nothing that has to keep pushing them to do so. And likewise, heavy bodies, for instance, move naturally towards the center of the universe in Aristotle's picture. Nothing has to push the pen down in order to make that happen. So this interpretation seems to be false even on Aristotle's own mechanics. Doesn't seem to make sense of the text. So there's two possible answers. One answer is to appeal to something like the principle of sufficient reason. So one might say, well, yes, of course, the spheres keep moving of their own nature, but we might ask, why do they move the way they do? Why do they move from east to west rather than west to east? Why don't they move faster or slower than they do? And maybe for that you need a first cause. Well, perhaps, but it wouldn't be a compelling response, because the skeptic could always say, well, I can appeal to the nature of the spheres. It's the nature of the sphere to rotate the way it does. It's the nature of the body to move towards the center of the earth. I don't need any further explanation in order to make sense of that. So I think a better solution is to turn to Aristotle's, as I say, dynamic theory of time. So here we have to distinguish between two fundamentally different theories of time. This is not the familiar A theory, B theory distinction, if you know that. I think it's completely independent of that distinction, but it's another equally important distinction between what I call a geometrical and a dynamical theory of time. So with the origin of modern science, many philosophers shifted to a geometrical theory of time, in which time is a kind of dimension, very much like a spatial dimension, stretching into the past and into the future. And on this picture, change is what Bertrand Russell described as an at theory. That is, something changes if it is cold at one time and not cold or hot at another time. So just having different properties at different locations along this temporal dimension is all that change consists in. On a dynamic view, instead, time is defined as the measure of change. So you can't define change in terms of time. You have to define time in terms of change, right? That's the difference between the two. I'm assuming that you can't define them both in terms of each other. That would be viciously circular. So if time is the measure of change, then change cannot be defined in terms of time. It cannot be an at theory of time, of change instead. Instead, what Aristotle does do, and he recognizes this very clearly, he defines change in terms of potentiality and actuality, not in terms of time. So he gives a completely non-temporal definition of time. There's this infamous statement in physics that change is the actuality of potentiality qua potentiality, whatever that means. And I'll try to explain, actually, in this talk what that means.
Did you say a non-temporal definition of time or a non-temporal?
Sorry, I meant a non-temporal definition of change. Yes, sorry, thank you for catching that, yes. So take, for instance, Zeno's paradox of the arrow. How does an arrow remaining at rest at T differ intrinsically from an arrow in motion? Right? Zeno's problem is, if you look at the arrow, if you think there's no such difference, then the arrow at each moment in time is basically at rest. And so if it's at rest at every moment from the beginning to the end of its motion, then it's not really moving at all. It's always at rest, right? And I think what Aristotle would suggest here is that we have to distinguish, in a sense, two logical moments associated with each instant of time, t. So there's a t0 and t1 reflected at each time t. So if the arrow is at rest at time t, then it's actual at t in both logical moments, both prior and later logical moment. But if it's in motion, then it's only potentially at L in moment t0 and actually at L in moment t1. And I think the way to understand these two moments is that it's potentially at that position in itself and actually at that position through another, through an ultimate mover, so to speak, right? So there is, in a sense, at every instant of time, a kind of transition from potentiality to actuality that has to take place on Aristotle's picture, right? This is why you can define change without introducing time in his account of things. So a remote mover can elevate a state of an object from first to second potentiality. So let's suppose that we've got a bowling ball and it's rolling across the floor, and at exactly 10 o'clock it will hit the opposite wall, right? So the bowler introduces the ball into motion. And in doing so, and as the ball moves, at 10 o'clock, the ball is now in a state, thanks to the bowler and its motion, it's now in a state what we call second potentiality to hit the wall. That is, it's potentially hitting the wall, and it's primed to be actual. In fact, it can't be anything else but hitting the wall at 10 o'clock, right, because of its prior motion. But it's not yet actually hitting the wall. To be actually hitting the wall, you need something else. You need something that has actuality at time t in order to actualize the end of that process. So basically what I'm going to claim here is that every open interval of motion in time requires something at the final moment of time, t, that's already actual in order to close that open interval and to produce the state, elevate that state from second potentiality to actuality, to full actuality. So, therefore, Thomas can concede that a change at t might have an infinite regress of these partial causes that are capable of bringing the change at t to a state of second potentiality. But he doesn't have to accept that there could be an infinite regress of total causes going back into the past, nor could there, so anyway, I'll go skip over that. So let me go on to this point about metaphysical proportionality. So remember the little argument I gave against self-motion and the problem with that argument. In the first way text, Thomas, Thomas refers to a case of what we would call univocal, or he would call univocal causation, namely fire, which is already actually hot, causing the wood, which is only potentially hot, to become actually hot, right? But what about equivocal causation, right? What about the sun that makes the wood to become actually hot, even though the sun is not actually hot itself? But such a case of equivocal causation still satisfies a principle we might call a principle of metaphysical proportionality. So if an actual change is caused, it must be caused by something equally actual, right? Merely potential facts don't cause actual changes. So in the example, I think Thomas chose the example poorly or explained it somewhat poorly. It sounds as though the fire had to be actually hot in order to make the wood hot. But what Thomas really means is that the fire had to be actually something, right, at time t in order to make the wood potentially anything, actually anything, right? So it's the actuality potentiality that's crucial here, not heat or non-heat or hot or cold. So this leads us then to this problem about why does time pass? So again, if you have a geometrical theory of time, in which time is simply a spatial dimension, then there's no real question as to why time passes. Why does time move forward? Any more than you might say, why does space end? Why does space not end here? Why is there further space to the north? Time just stretches out there naturally. But if you have a dynamical theory of time, in which time is the measure of change, and change is fundamental, so no change, there's no passage of time, the question of why time keeps passing is actually a very important question, and a question for which we need a causal explanation. Now, if we try to appeal to the natures of things, like the natures of the spheres or the nature of the earthly object to explain why time passes, we'd find ourselves in a problem. And that is that the nature of the sphere, for example, is such that it's going to keep moving in a certain way, right? But that's a time-dependent phenomenon or a conditional phenomenon. That is, the nature of the lunar sphere, let's say, is that it will keep moving in the same way at 10 a.m. if 10 a.m. itself arrives, right? But it doesn't explain how any event at 10 a.m. will become actual. It's simply saying that if time passes, if time moves forward, I will keep moving forward in the same way. And you can see this is how our modern idea of inertia works as well. Inertia says if a body is in motion at a certain velocity and no force acts on it, and if time proceeds in the usual sort of way, then at the new moment of time, it will still be moving at the same velocity. But inertia is a time-dependent phenomenon. It's a time-conditional phenomenon. It doesn't explain why time passes. It only says if time passes, things will continue to move in the same sort of way. So therefore, inertia and other kinds of essences of things in time cannot explain the forward motion of time itself. Now, here I think we have to introduce a complexity to the picture, and that is that we have to distinguish, of course, between actuality and potentiality. But we also have to recognize that things in the past do not cause things to happen in the present, and things in the future do not cause things to happen in the present. So we really have to distinguish between different modes or different ways of being actual. Things in the past are actual, but they're actual in a different way than the things that are actual in the present. And the principle of proportionality should say that in order for something to cause an actual change in mode M, the actor must also be actual in mode M, in the same mode, right? So for a change to occur at time t, something has to make a transition from potentiality to actuality in the mode that's appropriate for time t. And the thing that causes that change will also have to be already actual in that same mode. That's that mode that's appropriate to time t. So actions, therefore, that occur in the past and the future are at the time of the passion or the change merely potential. So at least relative to the mode that's appropriate to the change that's going at time t. So there's really only two possibilities to fully cause a change at time t, either a simultaneous agent or an agent that's outside of time. Agents that are acting in the future or in the past are constrained or limited by time in such a way that they cannot act directly on a change that's occurring now. Now consider the aggregate of all changes occurring at time t, occurring at exactly 10 a.m. This aggregate is itself a change. Right? It's one gigantic, very complex change occurring at time t. And so it must have a cause. Its cause cannot be the action of a simultaneous agent, simultaneously acting agent. So such an agent would have to change. It would have to change either from not having the power to act at time t to having the power to act, or from having the power and not exercising that power to having the power and exercising the power at time t. So in either case, an agent that's in time would have to change at time t in order to act on time t. And that means that its change would be included in this aggregate of changes that we're talking about at time t. So an agent that's acting simultaneously can't cause this totality of changes, since its change to an agent will be included, right? There would be a circularity if it was if a simultaneous agent were actually causing it. And it can't be caused by an agent acting later or earlier, because agents that are acting earlier or later have the wrong kind of actuality, the wrong mode of actuality. They're not able to act directly on the present moment. So therefore, it must be let's rule out the future. Let's consider the past action or a timeless agent still. So I'm going to argue that the past is always insufficient to explain the passage of time. So let's say that we're concerned now about what happens at TF. This is some final point of time. We want to know, why do changes occur at time TF? Why does TF itself become actual? Why are there any changes occurring there at all? And let's say we're going to refer to a process that's occurring up to but not including time TF, some open interval of changes that are occurring up to that time. Let's call that process P. Now, any such process P can then be divided into two sub-processes, P0 and P1, an earlier part of the process and a later part of the process. And then it's clear that P0, the earlier part, does not directly act on time TF. P0 causes some changes that are in P1. P1 acts on TF. And so we can say that really it's not the whole process, it's only the later part of the process that could possibly be causally relevant to the change that occurs at TF. But of course, any such process, if Aristotle's right and time is continuous, any such process could be divided, at least potentially, into an infinite number of parts, such that there's no part that's immediately adjacent to time TF. Every part is separated from T by some finite period of time from TF, and yet this whole series of P0, P1, P2, P3, so on, ad infinitum, adds up to our original process P. So any continuous process that goes up to TF but doesn't include TF can be broken up into in this way, and such that every part is separated from TF by a finite temporal distance, and so is inert, is incapable of acting on TF. But process P then is completely made up of things that are incapable of acting on TF. And so therefore P itself cannot act on TF. Any process that doesn't actually reach time TF is going to be causally incapable of making a difference at TF, at least of raising things from from second potentiality to actuality. So, anything entirely composed of things that are not actual at TF cannot itself be actual at TF. and so cannot be causally responsible for any changes there. Now, if you reply by saying, well, maybe the whole process acquires a causal power that's not possessed by any of its parts. So maybe by the end, the whole process somehow has a power to act at TF. But I can always ask, when does that process achieve that power? It can only be at TF itself. That's the only time in which the process could acquire the power. So again, that would be a change in the process from not having that power to having the power. And so that change would again be part of our totality of changes C, and so couldn't be the ultimate explanation for the occurrence of C. So again, what about inertia and spontaneous self-movers? As I mentioned, inertia cannot explain the passage of time. Since inertia is a time-dependent phenomenon, it's conditional on the passage of time. The bowling ball rolling down the wall cannot explain why changes occur at 10 a.m. We can only say that if 10 a.m. arrives, if there are changes at 10 a.m., then the ball will be moving in the same way as it has been by inertia. And similarly, spontaneous temporal agents cannot explain the actualization of instants of time. So suppose that I have an ability through free will to act spontaneously, right? I have to, in order to exercise that power at time t, I've got to already be actual at time t. I've got to have the power to act at time t. And a temporal agent that acts at time t will have to change from not exercising a power to exercising a power at time t. So no temporal agent can be the ultimate explanation for the changes that are occurring at t, because it will have to change in order to contribute to any change that is occurring at time t. So why not an infinite regress of movers? This is a bit complicated point. I think I have time actually to go into it a bit here. Thomas famously distinguishes between regresses that are per se infinite and those that are accidentally infinite. And the per se infinite ones are impossible, according to Thomas, and the accidentally infinite ones are possible. And so there's a great debate about what exactly Thomas means by this distinction. What's the essence of the distinction? Why are the per se infinite ones impossible and the accidental ones possible? Thomas himself, I think, does not assume, as many people think he does, that all per se regresses are simultaneous, nor that all accidentally infinite regresses are temporally extended. So I think that I mean, there's a passage in Scotus that most people interpret as interpreting Thomas correctly here, but I disagree with that interpretation myself. The real issue, I think, is that if you have an accidentally infinite regress, then all the things that belong to the regress can be lumped together into one gigantic cause. And you can ask, what causes that? Right? What causes the totality of causes, so to speak? Whereas if you have a per se infinite regress, you can't aggregate it. You can't lump it together. And therefore, you can't ask, what's the cause of the whole thing? Right? I think it's pretty clear when you look at Thomas's discussions of per se infinite that that's actually what he has in mind. So let's consider what would be relevant here. Now, for the reasons that I've given, first of all, an accidentally infinite regress, well, first of all, let's say, for the reasons I've given, the only kinds of regresses that would be relevant to this argument would be simultaneous regresses. Any regress that goes back in time will fail to explain the arrival of the new moment of time. So the only question is, could there be an infinite regress at time TF, an infinite regress of causes? And I think the argument is, the best argument here is to say that, any set of changes that are occurring at the same time can be aggregated into one gigantic change. And we can ask, what causes that? It just seems pretty obvious to me, intuitively, that if there's a bunch of changes that occur at time TF, even if they themselves are related causally to each other in such a way as to form a regress, we can still ask, yeah, but why did the whole regress appear at time TF? What brought that whole thing into existence? And if that's right, then it's only the simultaneous per se infinite regress that would threaten the soundness of the first way. And what would that be like? I like very much Barry Miller's account in 1992. It's sort of an analogy of the distinction between per se and accidental regresses. So in Barry's picture, an accidental regress of M1, M2, M3, and so on goes something like this. M1 is caused by M2, and M2 is caused by M3, and M3 is caused by M4, and so on ad infinitum. So you just have a chain in which each case there's a complete causal connection between the thing and its successor. And it seems in that kind of case, it's easy enough to just say, well, let's take the aggregate of M1, M2, the whole shebang, and ask, what causes the whole thing? In the other case, a case of an essentially infinite regress, instead you would have a case where at each step you're going up at a kind of ontological chain. You're going to something that provides a deeper explanation for what's going on. So M1 is caused by, not just by M2, but M2 insofar as it's caused by M3, but that only insofar as it's caused by M4, so that you need to keep going up the chain in order to explain what's going on even at the lowest level. And as Miller points out, the resulting sentence here isn't really a sentence. We don't even have any idea of how to evaluate this because we've never actually completed a predicate. There's no way to evaluate this as true and false as opposed to the first example. So I think something along those lines makes sense, that there's a kind of logical incoherency in the idea of a per se infinite regress. And in the case of an accidental infinite regress, you can always just aggregate all the changes and ask what the cause is of the totality. And so regresses aren't really an issue here. So finally, the final problem, how do we get from an unmoved mover to something like God, right? This again, Suarez talks about this quite a bit, right? At most, you get some kind of physical object that's not changing. How does that get you to God? How does that even get you beyond naturalism, you might say, in relevance to this conference? Now, I'm going to say that an unchanging but temporal, time-bound agent could not explain the passage of time, since it would have to be constantly changing in order to effect different changes at different times. Right? So the only thing that could possibly work here would be a timeless agent, right? An agent that by means of a single non-temporal action causes all the changes that are required for time to keep moving forward, right? Now this, of course, raises the old objection from Al-Ghazali and others in the Kalam tradition. How could a timeless agent produce effects in time? And the answer, I think, is only by being something like an intentional agent. So I like to use an example of an author and a book, author and a novel. So J.R.R. Tolkien, one of my favorite authors, wrote a long series of books called The Lord of the Rings. In those books, he introduces or defines a whole new timeline, first age, second age, third age, fourth age of Middle Earth, right? And it doesn't make any sense to ask, did Tolkien write The Fellowship of the Ring during the second age of Middle Earth, or was it during the third age of Middle Earth? No, he didn't do it in any age of the Middle Earth, right? He did it in our time, not in the timeline that occurs within the Lord of the Rings, right? But how is that possible? How could Tolkien be responsible for changes in Middle Earth in the third age if he's not in the third age himself, right? Or any other age? And of course, the answer is that by being a mind, he was able to conceive of the entirety of time in Middle Earth and created in one fell swoop, so to speak. And presumably this is what the first cause must have done in this case as well. It must have conceived of the totality of time and said, let time happen, let time keep happening. And it can do that in a single timeless act. It doesn't have to be constantly changing in order to keep time going forward. So we can resolve, I think, all four of the problems that I raised at the beginning of the talk. Why must change be caused by an action of a mover? Because change has to be defined in terms of potentiality and actuality. And for change to occur, something has to be potentially something, but also actually that same thing at the same time, so to speak. And the only way to make sense of that is to say that it's potentially a certain way in itself, and actually that same way through another, through a mover. So this distinction between two kinds of potentiality and actuality requires a mover to be in the picture. Why can't we appeal to the simultaneous action of a temporal agent or to inertia? Because both of these are time-dependent phenomena. That is, the action of a spontaneous agent at t cannot explain the arrival of time t itself. It presupposes that some changes occurred at t to make time t a time at which it could act. In the same way, inertia presupposes that time t has already arrived through some more basic change, such that it can continue moving in the same way. Problem 3, why couldn't an accidentally infinite causal regress be sufficient? Well, because if it stretched backward into time, it would be irrelevant, because all of the parts of that infinite regress would be separated from the present moment by a finite period of time, and so wouldn't explain why the new moment of time has arrived. And if it's simultaneously accidentally infinite, then an accidentally infinite simultaneous regress could be lumped together as a single gigantic change. And we can ask, what's the cause of that change? And that would again force us into a timeless agent. And finally, why must the first mover be God? Because it must be not just an unchanging being. In order to be an unchanging being in this context, it must be a non-temporal being. It must be a being that is not bound by time in any way. God must have a kind of actuality that is superior to, you might say, the actuality that's experienced by time-bound agents, such a way that he's able to act directly on every moment of time. He's not imprisoned by time in the same way that time-bound agents are. And so therefore he's able to cause these changes to occur without himself changing in any way. And then we can start asking, what would a being have to be like to be unchangeable? To be non-temporal. To be non-temporal, it would have to be unchangeable. To be unchangeable, it would have to lack any sort of intrinsic potentiality for change. To be lacking any intrinsic potential of change, it would have to be a being of pure actuality. Being of pure actuality, it would have to be a being of simplicity, and so on. So at least we're beginning on a path which will lead us towards God. Now, we still haven't gotten all the characteristics of God, of course. I haven't shown omnipotence, omniscience, benevolence, and so on. And I think when Thomas says, this all men recognize as God, he's not claiming that the first way all by itself establishes all of the attributes of God. He's just saying it establishes one attribute of God that only God possesses, namely in this case his timelessness. That's the sense in which he thinks, okay, I've now demonstrated that there is this God, namely this being that's truly timeless. Okay, I guess I took care of that pretty good. So thanks very much for your patience. I hope that was reasonably clear, and hopefully we've got plenty of time for some questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That was an absolutely fascinating presentation. I feel I've learned an enormous amount about the issues there. And I personally need quite a bit of time, I think, to process all of that. The arguments have obviously been very richly and precisely thought through and developed by you there. So thank you very much for that. Let's move to a Q&A discussion. And just before I ask people for questions, just a couple of things. As this is being live streamed, if you have a question and you're going to ask the question, we'd like you to come forwards to a place where you will be visible online, on stream, in terms of our cameras. So that means coming down here where our online viewers will be able to see you as you ask your question. The other point I would say is, if you're going to ask a question, it's always better if it's a question rather than, you know what I'm going to say, a lecture. All right? So we strongly welcome questions. Obviously, if in order to ask your question you have to sketch some alternative position, then that's understandable. But we are interested in questions rather than alternative lectures. So I now hand over to the floor and invite any questions from the audience. Thank you.
Professor,
Yes, I.
thank you for your lecture. My question is about existence, because from the 5 ways of Thomas Aquinas, the most important is third way about contingency and existence. Can you see the rule of existence in explaining in the first way, in moving from the possible to actual state? Because there is a difference between something that exists in possible way or in actual way.
Great, yeah, good question about whether, to what extent the first way deals with existence. So one of the things that we tried, my colleague Dan Bonavac and I have tried to do in our interpretation is to keep each of the 5 ways in their own lane, so to speak. There's a tendency, I think, in many interpreters to make them all the second way, basically, in various forms. So we've tried to avoid that. But having said that, I mean, you're right that there is an element of existence in the first way. I think of it as a very constrained or constricted case of existence, namely the existence of changes, right? And of actualities that are new in the course of time. Whereas we interpret the second way, it has nothing to do with time whatsoever. So we interpret the second way in a way that it would make sense even if the world were non-temporal in some fashion. So it's just about the existence of things that are natural or non-divine in some sense. Now again, some people try to push the second way towards the first way by suggesting again that Thomas thinks that Thomas is talking about how God conserves the world in existence at every moment. We think that's the wrong interpretation, we think, because Aquinas doesn't get around to showing that God has to conserve the world until question 60-something. It's much later in the first part. So it would be really circular if you were assuming conservation in the second way. So I take it that our interpretation is that Thomas, and actually also Avicenna, had already anticipated this kind of aggregation strategy that you see in Scotus and Leibniz, where you just aggregate together all of the contingent things, let's say, of the world, and ask what's their cause collectively, and that forces you to a necessary being or an infinite being or something like that. So that's my way of trying to differentiate between the two. First way deals with existence, but only with existence in the context of change. The second way deals with existence more generally and doesn't involve time at all.
Piotr, would you like to come back on that in any way? Do you have... No?
That's clear enough. Can you tell if there's someone online too that's...
Translator to people from the WebEx online for questions.
Okay. Thank you very much for your lecture. And my question is that your argument, or Aquinas' argument, depends on Aristotelian conception of time.
Yeah.
But today we have different conceptions of time connected with science. And what is the relationship between contemporary scientific conception of time and your or Aristotelian conception of time?
Right, yeah, good. That's a great question. It's absolutely right that my view, this interpretation, it depends on an Aristotelian definition of time. There's no question about that. And it's also no question that during the scientific revolution, that view of time fell out of favor and was replaced by this more geometrical notion. But the crucial question, I think, is, was that shift itself a scientific discovery or based on scientific evidence, or was it rather a change in philosophy of nature, I would call it, that was really independent of the scientific discoveries of the time? So in other words, there's no reason why one couldn't take on board all of Newton's laws and Kepler's laws and so on, Maxwell and so forth, while still retaining an Aristotelian philosophy of nature. In fact, they should have, from my point of view. There was nothing that forced them towards this new model of time. And in fact, a number of physicists, actually, recent times, have been arguing for a resurrection of an Aristotelian conception of time, especially in interpreting quantum mechanics. And in quantum mechanics in particular, the static geometrical view of time is problematic. I know some of the folks working in, let's see, I'm trying to remember I'm bad with proper names anymore, so I've forgotten the name of the physicist, but I'll just, you can ask me about that later by email. I'll fill you in on some of the contemporary physicists who actually are arguing this way. I mean, I think philosophically, there are a number of advantages to the Aristotelian picture. I'll have time to mention three of those real quickly. The first advantage is that it gives a very simple and plausible account of the direction of time. Right? Change is obviously directional. It's always change from something to something else, from potentiality to actuality. Right? And if time is just the measure of change, then time inherits the directionality of change itself. Right? In the geometrical conception of time, instead, you have to somehow make up an arrow of time. There's a real problem as to why we say time goes one way rather than the other. And all of the various accounts of this have been, I think, failures. So the most popular one would be to say that the direction of time is determined by the cosmic increase in entropy. So that means that the passage of time in this room somehow depends on what's going on in remote galaxies in the cosmos. And if for some weird reason entropy were going the wrong way here compared to the galaxies, we'd all be wrong in thinking that time is advancing the way we think it is. It would actually be going the opposite way. We'd actually be moving into the past rather than the future. And that seems crazy. The passage of time should be pervasive, but it should be local. It should somehow be determined by local conditions. And in Aristotle's view, it is, because it's determined by the changes that are occurring in a local situation. Second reason for this is, this is an old worry by McTaggart, that if you adopt this geometrical theory of time, you are forced to the at theory of change. And the worry is that isn't really change. As McTaggart points out, if you have a rod that's right now hot on one end and cold on the other end, no one would say, oh, it's changing as you go to the north, right? It has different properties at different locations, but that doesn't change. You could imagine, for instance, a four-dimensional object that had a hot part here and a cold part tomorrow, that isn't changing, right? And yet it would be changing according to the at theory, and that seems wrong. And then the third reason I would give is that if time is not the measure of change, then we would have to worry that we're mismeasuring time all the time. So my talk lasted something like 40 minutes, but maybe it actually lasted hundreds of years. The problem was that there were these long, changeless periods of time that we weren't able to measure because our clocks and everything froze during those periods of time. So the very fact that we don't take that seriously, right, we assume that there couldn't be any passage of time without some kind of clock registering it, that indicates that we really implicitly have a change, right? Because again, nobody thinks that it's impossible that space should be uniform for a certain period of direction, right? Nobody thinks that you couldn't have a vacuum that continues uniformly to the north for 5 miles. That seems possible. So if that's possible, then a period of time, 5 minutes where there's no change at all should be possible. But we don't take that seriously. We just assume that that's impossible, I think. So those are at least three, none of them knockdown arguments, right? But I think some considerations that push us towards a more dynamical theory of time rather than the static one.
Thank you very much. Did you want to come back on that? No? Okay. Do we have any online? Any
online questions?
Questions coming? I can't see from here.
Is there?
If there are any online questions right now for Rob, for Professor Koons, they would be most welcome.
Chris has got a question.
Okay.
Yeah,
Chris. Please.
I don't know where I need to stand, but I hope this is okay. Hello.
In the direction.
Well,
that's good.
hi, Rob. So my question is, I guess, a dialectical one about the initial setup, about naturalism and temporality.
Yeah.
Most people working in fundamental physics today would say space-time itself is not fundamental, right? Well, I say most. Suppose that kind of picture is just being considered as standard in foundations of physics.
Yeah.
By your lights, would that just be an abandonment of naturalism?
Yeah, that's a good question. So it would depend, I guess, on whether they thought of space and time as emergent in a kind of global way, right? In such a way that everything that exists ends up in time, so to speak. Or whether they think that time could emerge in such a way that it's just sort of a pocket of reality that's temporal, and then there's this vast non-temporal world beyond it. So obviously the first would not be, I think, a problem given my interpretation. I could say, fine, I mean, really beyond any kind of time, whether emergent or not. But the second, yeah, that's a worry, right? Because suppose a physicist came along and said, okay, I'm fine with all this. So I guess I'm not a naturalist just because I believe that there's these physical phenomena out there that are non-temporal. And that would be weird, right? So that is definitely a worry. It's a good point. Let me think about that. I mean, my thought, I think I would have to develop further the idea of what I mean by a non-temporal agent here, and whether whether that non-temporal agent could in fact be physical in any respect. That's the idea I'd have to pursue further, right? Because I wanted to argue that to be truly non-temporal, you would have to be not just unchanging, but unchangeable. And so the worry here would be that these extra-temporal phenomena in the kind of physical models you're describing, perhaps they're things that are only contingently non-temporal, right? And could have been temporal. And if so, they couldn't be the kind of first cause I'm looking for, I think. But it's a really good question. I need to think more about that. Yeah.
Would you like to come back on that in any way? No?
No, he more or less stumped me anyway, so.
Okay. I mean, I have a question, but I'd rather keep it, if possible, and ask for other questions from the audience, partly because I'm playing this role, but also because I'm not a specialist on either Aristotle or Aquinas. So I'd rather hear from people who are more closely involved in that area, as I'm sure everyone else would. So. Okay, so in that case, you're going to have to hear my question, I'm afraid, whether you like it or not.
I'm sure it's great.
I think the thing I want to ask about here, and I can only ask about it in a fairly theoretically naive and clumsy way, because it's not central to my own area of philosophical research. But as I understand it, Rob, you are taking as a presupposition of your whole approach an acceptance of a classic Aristotelian causal powers-based understanding of causality itself.
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's think about what naturalism would commit us to. One of the things it seems to me that naturalism commits us to, perhaps the main thing, is some kind of idea or ideal, epistemic ideal of empirical discoverability. What is the relationship between presupposing a causal powers account of causality as opposed to other possible philosophical accounts of causality that do exist, as far as I'm aware, and that ideal of empirical discoverability? Doesn't that open you up to some potential line of attack? Well, you're just dogmatically assuming that that's what we mean by causality, and by doing that, you're saying that we can never actually discover the existence of causality itself. What answer can you give? Can you give us an answer, given your view about the nature of causality, about how we would also discover causality, that there is causality, rather than merely having to assume it? Or would you reject that as an inappropriate question, in the way that, for example, a Wittgensteinian like myself would say, you just can't ask that question. Causality has to just be presupposed. I just want to know what direction you would come from there. Yep.
No, that's a great and very relevant question, so I'm happy that you asked it. Give you a chance to wax on this issue. Right. So as you mentioned, I mean, there are a number of alternatives to the causal powers kind of picture. I mean, I guess one extreme would be just to deny that there's any causation at all in the world, kind of causal nihilism. That's, I think, not particularly popular, especially among those who take, if you're a naturalist, I think you have to take science seriously. Science, I think, is all about discovering causes, and so it would be very hard to make sense of scientific enterprise on that terms. But among the ones that are more realist, you have the neo-Humean kind of approach, which is inspired in some ways by Hume, although departs from Hume in the sense that it does serious metaphysics without apology, but still reduces causation to laws of nature, and laws of nature to certain kinds of regularities in nature that we can observe. There's also the gnomic or nomological sort of theory of Tretzky and others, where causation depends on causal laws. Now that one I think wouldn't be any better off in the epistemological camp than I am, right? Because we don't see the laws either, right? So anyone with a sort of Humean skeptical inclinations is going to find that kind of view problematic as well. They'll also, I think, have problems with the fourth view, much less popular view, which I call the hypotheticalist view, that says that what's fundamental here are counterfactual conditionals. What would happen if I dropped this paper into this flask or something like that, right? Because again, you can't really observe what would have happened but didn't actually happen, right? So those are also involved in an unobservable element. So let me just focus though on the Hume's and Humean and neo-Humean approach, and whether it's epistemologically superior to the causal powers approach, and whether the causal powers approach is vulnerable to a kind of Humean worry, right? So again, I mean, sure, we're all familiar with the fact that Hume says, look, all we ever see is one billiard ball hitting another and then the second billiard ball moving. We don't see the causal connection. We don't see the causal necessity between the two. True enough, but I think Hume, the problem here is that Hume employs a kind of radical empiricism that almost no one takes seriously anymore, right? I mean, we don't actually see electrons either, right? On Humean grounds, we should just be anti-realists about any unobservable object. I mean, Vas van Frassen and some others would take that view, but most of us think that that's not plausible. And also Hume seems to think that, well, he thinks that causation is necessitating. He doesn't acknowledge the fact that causation might be merely probabilistic in some cases. So there is no necessity to observe. That's not really a problem. And finally, you know, Hume's assuming here that any kind of knowledge is infallibilist, right? And so since we can't infallibly detect causation in any particular case, therefore we never know there's causation at all. And that also seems sort of unreasonable. So there's a whole movement really in philosophy, analytic philosophy, in the last 40 years or so. I might mention Nancy Cartwright here as the most important figure, who's argued really on naturalistic grounds against Hume, I would say. And she argues that if you look at what scientists actually do, what they're actually doing is detecting powers. Detecting when something has the power to act on something else. And they do that by setting up these very careful experiments, where she calls them nomological machines, where you sort of isolate things from environmental influences and see what happens when they interact with each other. And when you do that often enough and you see the same patterns emerging, you've discovered powers, you've discovered causal powers. That I think... Von Wicht as well, I think. Yes.
He's a rather neglected figure, but people of course Wittgenstein, but
yeah.
I think he also, in his work, Explanation and Understanding, points in that direction.
Interesting. I don't know that. I should look at that. I've known some other Van Richt's work. I like it a lot, but I didn't know that particular book. That's interesting. Yeah. So the thought is, so if you have a kind of fallibilist and even more sort of pragmatic approach to knowledge, as Cartwright does, then it isn't really a problem to discover causal powers. That actually makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I haven't, I mean, this project definitely depends on that, but in the current setting in English-speaking analytic philosophy, people are going to generally allow me that assumption without too much, I mean, there's certainly controversy, but it wouldn't be a crazy assumption to make in this context. So, but thanks for the question. There's a lot more that could be said about that, but I don't want to bore everybody with a lecture.
No. I'm very satisfied with that answer. Thank you very much,
yeah.
Rob. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Yeah. We have another question here.
Go on.
This question relates more to the Kalam argument for God's existence, not directly to your talk, but yeah. I remember talking a couple years ago with William Lane Craig about actual infinity, and he claimed that this notion is self-contradictory because of different paradoxes it creates, and this is just a mathematical construction. And do you think, what is your opinion, that may actual infinity exist, or it's something, as William Lane Craig says, it's something just theoretical and self-contradictory?
Yeah, so, right, so as I think everyone knows, there was, starting late antiquity really, there's a divide between natural theologians, between those who think that there could have been an infinite past, the universe could have been around for an infinite period of time, and those who thought that's metaphysically impossible. So Aristotle thought the universe was, in fact, infinitely old. Thomas Aquinas and those who followed him think that it could have been, but isn't, because they thought on the basis of Genesis that we could know that God created the universe at a beginning point in time, but he could have created a beginningless universe. So Thomas and the others who follow him, who follow Aristotle, tried to develop arguments for God's existence or for a first cause that didn't depend upon a beginning in time. The Kalam tradition, which as I understand it actually starts with John Philoponus, a late Christian Syrian thinker, is an attempt to build philosophical arguments to show that there's an impossibility in the very idea of a beginningless universe. And you reach very similar conclusions, I think, to the first way. Because if the first way works, as I understand it, you get a non-temporal, unchangeable being as the cause of the universe's progression through time. If the Kalam argument works, then the whole universe, including time itself, had a beginning, and therefore there had to again be a non-temporal, unchangeable being that caused time itself to begin to exist. And again, the relationship would have to be something like an intentional relationship. God couldn't be in time already in order to cause time to exist. He must somehow be non-temporal and think, let time exist, right, in a kind of intentional way. So we get a very similar conclusion. Now, the particular arguments are actually compatible with each other, even though there's been this long-standing dispute. So it's quite possible for someone like myself to say, I like both traditions. I'm going to use the first way, and I'm going to use the Kalam. I wasn't a very big fan of the Kalam argument until about 10, maybe 8 years ago, when I and Alexander Pruss and some others developed some new versions of it that we think are more persuasive than the traditional one. As you know, the traditional argument goes something like, I mean, there are much of them. One very traditional argument goes something like this. If the world is infinitely old, and let's say it hasn't been changing in any significant ways, right, then there's been an infinite number of years and an infinite number of days. Therefore, the past days and the past years are exactly the same in number, but that's impossible because every year is 365 plus days, so there's got to be more days than there are years. And of course, the problem is that those of us who've been trained in modern mathematics, following Georg Cantor, we think, yeah, that's no problem. I mean, that's just what happens when you get to infinities. You get these kind of weird results. And so, of course, William Lane Craig will say, well, that's fine for mathematics, but it doesn't work for metaphysics. But I think that, I think one needs more to say more there as to why it doesn't. So I've been more interested in arguments involving what I call, arguments that are based on an American philosopher named Jose Benardete. I wrote a really interesting book in 1964 called Infinity. It's full of great puzzles about infinity, involving causation and infinity typically. And so I think that you can use some of Benedete's puzzles, including one called the Grim Reaper paradox, as a way, as a kind of reductio ad absurdum of the hypothesis that an infinite past is possible. So I think that's also a fine strategy, but independent, I think, of the first way kind of argument, as far as I can tell.
Yes. Maybe a quickie, as we are kind of moving towards the time for the break.
It's a very short question.
Yes.
As physicist, I'm asking you about the concept of causality. Mm-hmm. Do you mean causation as verb or causal determinism?
Yeah, great. That's a good question, too. I'm glad you asked it. So I'm very much influenced by Elizabeth Anscombe's inaugural lecture called Causality and Determination. It was from 1959, I think. It's been published in a couple of her works as well. She argues that in somewhere in the early modern period, around Descartes or Malebranche or somewhere, there was a conflation of causation and determination, or determinism, so that causation was thought to be inherently deterministic. And she argued that that's neither the ordinary common sense notion of causation, nor is it historically the kind of causation that you find in the ancient philosophy. So she tries to pull those two apart and say that it makes perfectly good sense to say A causes B, even though A did not necessitate B or determine B. I remember she gives a very good example where, you know, I tell my wife something irritating and she gets irritated. That we can say, yeah, I caused her to be irritated. It doesn't follow from that every time I say that same kind of thing, she's going to get irritated, right? It doesn't follow that it has to be a necessitating or a universal relationship in order for causation to happen. And again, as I mentioned in response to Carl, I think Hume sort of assumes that as well. So that Hume, and so he thinks that if he can throw doubt on determinism, he's thereby also throwing doubt on causality, and I think that was a mistake.
I think that's a great answer and an amazingly concise answer as well, so which is exactly what we needed right now, as the time has arrived for our 30-minute coffee break, which will happen in room 501. I think that's just up there. So I'd like to thank Professor Koons, Rob, for an absolutely fascinating, pretty mind-blowing presentation there with an enormous amount to think about. Thank you very much.
Okay, before the coffee break, let me just remind you about one thing. After this session, we are going to split into 3 groups. So please check the schedule and choose either do you want to stay here in this room for 1-2, or you are going to switch either to room 405 or 409. Those rooms are on the 4th floor. Thank you very much and enjoy your coffee.
Hello, I'm very pleased to welcome you on our first parallel session that is entitled Theology Facing Naturalism. So I would like to warmly welcome our first speaker, Stanisław Ruczaj from the Institute of Philosophy of the Jagiellonian University in Poland. So his paper is entitled Grace Contra Nature, the Cognitive Science of Religion and Theology of Grace. And his recent publications that I could find in English is Christian Belief Supernatural, Grace, Nature and the Cognitive Science of Religion, or Grace Contra Nature, the Etiology of Christian Religious Beliefs from the Perspective of Theology and the Cognitive Science of Religion. So I think you are right in the scope of our conference here, and I'm very pleased to welcome you, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Dzień dobry. Działa? Tak. Hello. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you very much for attending my presentation. My name is Stanisław Ruczaj. I have a PhD in philosophy of religion. And the aim of my talk is to share some results of my research on the compatibility of the Christian theology of grace of faith and the cognitive scientific account of how religious beliefs arise. For details, I invite you to check out my two publications that my colleague mentioned a minute ago. They will be listed in the bibliography at the end of my presentation. The basic idea of my talk can be expressed as follows. The cognitive science of religion treats religious beliefs as natural, that is, produced by a variety of evolved cognitive mechanisms operating in a particular cultural environment. This view cannot be reconciled with the Christian account, which says that some religious beliefs, which I will later call Christian beliefs, are supernatural, that is, they are caused by grace. On this view, there cannot be in principle a naturalistic account of how people come to Christian faith. The question is whether those two views can be reconciled. I will discuss the conflict between these two views and, if time permits, make a brief suggestion as to how this conflict might be overcome. So let's start with a general issue. What are the naturalistic theories of religion, and what is their relevance for the question of how religious beliefs arise? David Hume famously distinguished two questions about religion. The question about its foundation in reason and the question about its origin in human nature. It is the second question that interests me here. Since the time of Hume, many authors have tried to explain how religious beliefs arise by appealing to purely natural causal factors. These authors include such famous figures as Freud, Feuerbach, or Marx. Today, the most important case for the naturalization of religious belief is offered by scholars working in the field of the cognitive science of religion. Before describing their proposals in more detail, I would like to point out that despite their differences, all those approaches have in common that they lead, consciously or unconsciously, to what Robert Noah has called the demystification of religious beliefs. What does it mean? It means that they show that the real causes of religious beliefs are not supernatural, but rather mundane, economic, psychological, or anthropological. In other words, on those accounts, there is no need for divine intervention to explain how those beliefs arise. They make God redundant with respect to explaining the etiology of religious belief. So among those naturalistic accounts, cognitive science of religion, or CSR, is perhaps the most prominent nowadays. Briefly, CSR is an interdisciplinary research program that attempts to explain religious beliefs and behaviors as arising from the workings of natural evolved human cognitive mechanisms. The character of CSR explanations was well summarized by Claire White. She wrote that CSR scholars accept that religion is a product of the mind situated in its cultural environment. Very briefly, cognitive scientists of religion point to the evolved pan-human cognitive tendencies that make us prone to represent and believe in invisible agents which interact with the physical world, agents that have minds, that have arranged important life events to communicate their intentions to humans, that have designed the natural world, that are responsible for both human suffering and positive events, such as escaping from harm or suddenly recovering from illness, and that display superpowers such as omniscience or omnipotence. However, many researchers within the cognitive science of religion point out that these cognitive mechanisms alone cannot sufficiently account for why an individual would adopt content-specific religious beliefs that are characteristic of a particular religious tradition. For example, that Muhammad was the last prophet of God or that God is triune. Therefore, it is argued that a full explanation of how religious beliefs arise must also take into account the cultural milieu in which an individual lives. Studies reveal that a very significant role in the specific religious beliefs that an individual adopts is served by creeds, or credibility-enhancing displays, behaviors that demonstrate religious commitment such as prayer, adherence to a religion's moral principles, or participation in rituals. We tend to adopt beliefs that are supported by relevant creeds. In this way, CSR offers to explain not only the general human tendency towards some form of religiosity, but also promises to explain the specific religious beliefs that distinguish adherents of different religions from one another. Importantly, for later considerations, this also extends to the core Christian religious beliefs, that is, beliefs that Christians hold as Christians, and not simply, for example, as theists or supernaturalists, such as belief in the divinity of Christ or the belief in his salvific death on the cross and resurrection. Some authors have argued that theories developed within the cognitive science of religion are in tension with the hypothesis of supernatural origins of religious beliefs. This tension was called by Hans van Eygen, who was one of the most prominent young scholars in the field, the conflict of causes. He expressed the conflict of causes in the following way. CSR theories claim that religious belief is caused by cognitive mechanisms and evolutionary pressures, while religious believers claimed it is caused by a supernatural being. So the conflict of causes is based on the assumption that such a naturalistic answer to the question of how religious beliefs arise is incompatible with the religious answer, which holds that religious beliefs are caused by God. If the former answer is true, then the latter must be false and vice versa. It is not possible that both God and evolved cognitive mechanisms are responsible for causing religious faith. In the next slide, I will present a standard way of responding to the conflict of causes, which I call Plantinga-style response. I will then show why this strategy does not easily work in the case of Christian religious beliefs. Okay? So, the existing responses to the conflict of causes can be separated into two groups. The first group denies that the CSR explanation of religious beliefs is causally sufficient, given that there is a universe and human beings equipped with certain cognitive mechanisms. Therefore, there is a room for God to intervene and causally contribute to the formation of religious belief. The second kind of responses is a more interesting one. I call it the Plantinga-style response because it was nicely captured by Alvin Plantinga in his opus magnum, Warranted Christian Belief. Of course, Plantinga is not the one who invented this strategy of responding, but he is one of the most prominent protagonists. So he formulated his response in a chapter in which he criticizes Freudian and Marxist complaints about religion. Freud and Marx put forward naturalistic accounts of religious belief as accordingly a result of wishful thinking and a form of alienation. Plantinga reads these accounts as attempting to discredit the rationality of religious belief by showing that this belief stems from unreliable cognitive mechanisms. This is a strategy known in philosophy as debunking. Plantinga responds to those critics of religion. The fact that we are offered a naturalistic explanation of how religious beliefs arise does not force us to reject the claim that God causes these beliefs, as God may very well have designed humans to form religious beliefs in such a natural way. So what is important is that this line of reasoning can be easily employed to resolve the conflict of causes. The fact that we are offered a naturalistic explanation of how religious beliefs are formed does not force us to reject the claim that God causes these beliefs, as God may very well have designed humans in such a way that they would form religious beliefs in a natural way. So, in other words, God could have designed us in such a way that it would be natural for us to have faith. So we can agree, according to this Plantinga-style response, that with the cognitive scientists, or Freud, or Feuerbach, or Marx, that religious belief has a natural explanation, but we can also agree with theologians that nature is not all there is. God is the author of nature, and he designed and created it. So the conflict of causes is resolved because we can hold both that religious beliefs are caused by cognitive mechanisms and evolutionary pressures, and that they are caused by God. So what is important is that this solution to the conflict of causes comes with an important caveat. To show it, I would like to dwell a little bit on this quotation from Plantinga. Note that Plantinga admits that religious beliefs can arise in a natural way. Only in this manner can he adopt as accurate their naturalistic explanations. In other words, for religious beliefs to arise, man's nature, the way he normally functions according to God's creative design, is sufficient. Man does not need divine intervention or what is sometimes referred to as special divine action to believe in God. To put it differently, there is nothing miraculous about the fact that people come to believe in God, at least if we understand miracle in an interventionist way. I think this solution contradicts the view of how Christian religious beliefs arise that we find in the works of some prominent Christian theologians. Let us see why. How much time do I still have?
So you have still 10, 15 minutes, 10 minutes.
But without discussion or with discussion?
With discussion,
okay.
Like 7 minutes.
Okay. Sorry. We have seen that by appealing solely to natural cognitive mechanisms, CSR offers an explanation of how religious beliefs arise, including the specific beliefs of particular religious traditions such as Christianity. In contrast, some important Christian thinkers have argued that core Christian religious beliefs, such as the belief that Jesus is Lord, that he died on the cross for our salvation, or that God is triune, arise supernaturally. The notion of the supernaturality of Christian belief has two main components. First, it maintains that human beings cannot arrive at Christian beliefs by their natural powers. Second, it asserts that what enables people to accept the truth of Christian doctrine is grace, a supernatural divine act that transforms or changes human nature. And the go-to theologian for fleshing out this idea is, of course, Thomas Aquinas. Consider the following passage from the Summa. Since in assenting to matters of faith, a person is raised above his nature, it is necessary the assent arise from a supernatural principle moving the person inwardly, and this principle is God. For Aquinas to assent to matters of faith, that is, in modern parlance, to form belief in Christian doctrines such as that Jesus is God, it is not enough to hear a stirring sermon or even witness a miracle, because the truth of these propositions is beyond the reach of human reason. One needs some supernatural principle that raises a person above her nature. Grace overcomes the natural limitations of human reason by transforming the will of an individual so that they give assent to something which they find attractive even though they cannot rationally prove it. Another example of this kind of thinking is arguably present in Kierkegaard. Commenting on philosophical fragments and Fear and Trembling, Kierkegaardian scholar Merold Westphal observes that for Kierkegaard, faith is not a natural human capacity. The very faith by which this gift, salvation, is received, a gift, is itself a gift, something we could not produce out of our own resources. So what is important for my present purposes is that both Aquinas and Kierkegaard, despite all the many differences between them, agree that man's natural cognitive powers are not sufficient to form Christian religious beliefs. In order to arrive at such beliefs, a special supernatural act of God is required, which transforms the nature of human beings. Now, I can turn to examining the implications of the supernaturality of Christian belief for a potential solution to the conflict of causes. It seems to me that to accept the claim that Christian belief is supernatural entails the dismissal of the view that the Christian type of religious beliefs arises in a natural way, a view pivotal for the success of Plantinga-style strategy. If Christian beliefs arose in such a natural way, as for example CSR describes, it would mean that, contra Aquinas, assenting to matters of faith does not demand that human beings are raised above their nature, or that, contra Kierkegaard, we can produce faith out of our own resources. A Christian who is committed to the supernaturality of faith cannot maintain God designed us in such a way that we come to have Christian beliefs in a natural way. It seems then that if we accept the supernaturality of faith, the conflict of causes remains unresolved in the case of Christian religious beliefs. So at this point, a Christian believer faces a dilemma. He can reject the scientific explanation of the formation of his religious beliefs and instead opt for fidelity to his theological convictions, or he can reject the thesis of the supernaturality of Christian faith. Each of these options has its price. I will not go into these costs here because of time constraints, but I will end by offering my preferred solution to the dilemma. So the solution is that a Christian will be able to maintain that religious beliefs arise naturally, but also that they arise by grace. How we can achieve this solution? We could try to redefine the term grace so that it loses its supernatural or interventionist connotations. This move may seem ad hoc, but fortunately there are good theological resources to carry it out. I refer here, for example, to the theory of late Dennis Edwards, who was a Dominican Thomist who died a few years ago and who was interested in divine action in the created world. I'm not sure that I have time to present his theory in full detail, but if you are interested, I invite you to read my paper, which is in open access, Is Christian Belief Supernatural? If anyone would be interested now, you can ask the question. I will try to say something about Edwards. For now, it's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You've ended your presentation just perfectly in 20 minutes. So now we have 10 minutes for Q&A. I invite you to ask a question, and like previously, we would like to ask you to come forward for the sake of our YouTube streaming. So yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for a really interesting paper. I just wondered if actually, if we've got a Q&A time, you could say a bit more about how grace can be considered as something that isn't supernatural.
Okay. Yeah, so you want me to read the last slide?
Let me just say that because of the withdrawal of one of the participants, we have just you and then Walter Menezes. So we will have actually 45 minutes of additional time after the presentation. So we could, you can either try to tell it now, or maybe we could still maintain the Q&A, and then in this time of after all the presentations, we have 45 minutes for additional, as in the program, additional time for discussion from 11:45 till 12:30. So yes, let's do this maybe. So if there are some questions.
Okay, so I will answer your question. There is a huge field of science, religion, theology that deals with how God acts in the natural world. There are many books published every year about this topic. And Dennis Edwards was one of the people who studied this area, and he wrote a book, How God Acts. And he offered a model of divine action in the created natural world, which includes an alternative conception of grace and miracle. So this is an interesting point where the debate about the compatibility of scientific and theological accounts of certain religious phenomena, such as religious beliefs, touches upon the wider debate about the nature of the divine action. Okay? So Edwards considered divine action in the world as essentially sacramental in character, by which he meant that it is always mediated by creatures. Edwards adopts essentially Thomistic model in which God's actions through the mediation of creatures are conceptualized as the actions of the first cause working through secondary causes. However, there is a very clear departure from Aquinas in his thought. Because Edwards argued that out of love for his creatures, God never bypasses or transforms their natural ways of functioning, even in miracles. So not only does God always act through creatures, but he also acts in such a way that does not override their natural limitations, okay? So God never acts above nature or against nature. There are no miracles in an interventionist sense, or grace does not transform human nature, okay? So this directly translates into how Edwards views the relationship between grace and nature. And I use this phrase, relationship between grace and nature, and here we can see another huge topic of theology and philosophy, which was explored in the 20th century, for example, by Henri de Lubac and his opponents, and Karl Rahner, etc., etc. So on this view, grace is not supernatural. It is not mutually exclusive with nature. The fact that a certain event has causally sufficient natural explanation does not imply that it is not caused by grace. Christian beliefs could therefore be said to be both caused by God by means of grace and to be caused by evolved cognitive mechanisms, as the CSR proposes, or Feuerbach, or Marx, or Freud. On this view of grace, we can happily apply the Plantinga-style strategy of responding to the conflict of causes to the specific issue of how Christian beliefs arise. Of course, this response could be accused of reconciling theological and scientific accounts at the price of depriving the word grace of any distinctive meaning. If grace and a miracle are not supernatural, then what are they? I mean, why do we even need these terms? Okay? So Edwards has this solution, which sometimes I find convincing, sometimes not. When he speaks of grace, he seems to be referring to those objective actions of God that are expressions of his personal providence. That is his care of human persons, of particular human persons. This personal providence could be experienced or understood in a certain way. By acting through secondary causes, God really comes to us, responds to us, and provides for us. And humans can correctly take or experience the effects of these actions as something that God does for them, as a gift or as a sign of his providence. So when we speak of something as grace of God, it is always connected with how we subjectively experience the objective divine actions. So it is a subjectivist account of grace, okay, or miracle. And this dual emphasis on the objective and subjective dimensions of grace makes it possible to understand in what sense grace is the cause of faith. That an individual will form Christian beliefs is brought about by the multiple natural processes that the sciences describe. God objectively manifests his personal providence by acting through these natural processes as the first cause acting through secondary causes. A believer can then subjectively perceive the event of coming to faith as something miraculous, an undeserved gift, or a work of divine providence. Yeah, so that's it.
Do we have any questions more? We have still 5 minutes for questions. Let me then check. Maybe we can see if we have some questions from the WebEx, from the internet. So if there are some questions, you can just unmute yourself and ask them. So I will wait for a moment to see if we have some questions from WebEx, from the internet participants. If not, then maybe we have still 3 minutes. I will ask a brief question then. I think this dilemma is at the heart of Christianity in the sense of Christian and I would say Judeo-Christian idea of non-idolatry belief, in the sense that that grace and God's revelation, it's not a problem for Christians to be on the edge of this dilemma, in the sense of God doesn't need to be in natural sort of order of things, because Deus semper maior. So in the sense, I would just ask, what do you think about this Henri de Lubac idea of grace that is not mixed with nature and at the same time not separated from it, or not an addition to it, in the sense. So we are so my question is, this dilemma tends to dissolve the paradox of 100% natural, because of the Christian belief that is God is transcendent and Christ is 100% human. So you have 100% natural and 100% supernatural sort of idea, and Christians tend to have this paradox, and this dilemma wants to dissolve it, wants to go one way or another. So what do you think? Is there a way, or maybe your presentation wants to go in the way that you maintain this tension by saying, okay, so I'm going from the point of view of French phenomenology, of Jean-Luc Marion, Jean-Luc Nancy, even post-secular, when they sort of have this Christianity without God and so on. But there is all the time there is this maintaining the tension of transcendence in the immanence. If you don't want to go one way or the other. So do you think, is it possible, or I don't know, just...
Insofar as I understood, the problem arises once we have a scientific theory which claims that it can explain fully how people become Christians, for example. So, of course, we can criticize this particular scientific theory and say that it's not sufficient, but eventually there will be a sufficient theory, or so I believe. We just have to wait a few decades.
Is it a problem for Christians?
Yeah, then I say that it is a problem for Christians then, if they want to maintain that their belief is supernaturally caused in the way that Aquinas or Kierkegaard or Plantinga or Luther or Calvin thought, okay? And they can then either decide that, well, okay, so our beliefs are not supernaturally caused, or they can believe that there is still a place for God in how those beliefs are formed, but then they have to redefine terms that they were using. For example, term of grace or miracle. And how this connects to the Lubac, I'm not sure I'm qualified enough to speak about it. I think the Lubac would be on this side of more natural approach to grace, but yeah, I'm not an expert here. So yeah, that's my answer.
No, it's very thought-provoking for me in the sense that maybe there is not an easy answer, but at least there are some directions. So thank you very much once more. A round of applause. Thank you. And now we are switching to our online participation, and we are now I would like to ask Walter Menezes from School of Sanskrit Philosophy and Indic Studies at Goa University in India to present his paper that is called "Does Naturalism Confront Christianity? A Christian Philosophical Inquiry into Dual Natures via Eastern Ontologies So actually the way of proceeding that we have agreed on in this conference is that I would like Walter to say hi, to maybe say a few words about himself, what are his interests or recent publications, and then I will play the presentation that he sent us, that is without any technical difficulties, very crisp and good made presentation, and then we'll come back to him for the Q&A. So Walter, maybe you can just if you want say a few words about yourself, and then we'll go to the video.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Am I audible?
We can hear you. Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. You are sort of coming with the voice and then muting once more. I'm not sure why. It's a good practice before the Q&A, actually. Let's see if it works.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Yes. Right? So.
Some sort of technical difficulties. Let's see if we can briefly sort them out. If not, I will just go to the presentation and then we'll see if some natural or supernatural cause will help us with the further part. I'm not sure if I sort of muted you. No, I didn't mute you. Okay. So, okay. Let's just go to the presentation and maybe with the help of our technical staff we'll manage to deal with it later. So now I will go to the video. Yes.
Hello everyone.
Let's just go for our online participants.
Greetings from India and greetings from Goa University. I am Dr. Walter Menezes from the School of Sanskrit Philosophy and Indic Studies, Goa University. First of all, a word of appreciation for the organizers at Krakow University for accepting this paper for this presentation and possible publication. Thank you very much. The title of my paper is Does Naturalism Confront Christianity? A Christian philosophical inquiry into the dual nature via Eastern ontologies. The paper has 7 parts, and I shall straight away begin with the introduction and will carry on. The primacy of God's role in creation in the book of Genesis ensures an ecosystem between the humans and nature through a role of stewardship of humans over the nature than a blind dominion. Whereas philosophical naturalism discredits any role of divine being, some forms of naturalism are emboldened by the role of stewardship. However, modern scientific temper, vitalized by much technological advancement, tend to exhibit a tendency of dominion over the nature than stewardship role. The dual nature ensures that unlike the modernity, man and the nature complement each other, and the sacredness of the divine ensures the sanctity of nature. The fact that one may find some aspects of these present in Eastern ontologies may be a sufficient indication of how successfully can Christianity face naturalism. There are several varieties of naturalism, each with distinct nuances depending on how they interpret the relation between nature, science, and philosophy. Well, I straight away go to the second part, that is deciphering religious naturalism. Simply defined, religious naturalism refers to a broad family of philosophical and theological perspectives that regard nature as both exhaustive of reality and worthy of deep reverence and devotion. On the one hand, religious naturalism is a form of naturalism which stipulates that nature is metaphysically ultimate. What there is and all there is nature. There is nothing above, behind, or beyond the natural. As monists, naturalists are polemically anti-supernaturalistic and anti-supranaturalistic, excluding all extra-natural realms and entities from their ontological inventory. On the other hand, religious naturalists venture that living a religiously fulfilling existence on a fully naturalistic basis without supernaturalism and supranaturalism is both possible and desirable. Essentially, religious naturalism is a post-enlightenment but spiritually potent worldview that enables one to respond religiously, ethically, and theologically to the perplexity, splendor, and power of this world. That is, religious naturalism recognizes not only the metaphysical ultimacy of nature, but also the religious ultimacy of nature. What is easily noticeable is that term religious naturalism does not clearly fall in the domain of natural kind, like a solar system, nor a purely fictive construction like a stellar constellation. It is like a galaxy with loosely defined borders, perhaps like the ecosystem. The justification for the term religious is that attitude beliefs among religious naturalists are sufficiently analogous to attitudes and beliefs among the paradigm cases of religion that they may be called religious. This approach creates difficulty since the choice of paradigm cases of religion will vary depending upon the socio-historical context. But what we can get out of religious naturalism is that one can sensitize people that earth is the home and life support of everyone. The second benefit maybe can help attune the victims of injustice to the healing and renewing resources of the non-human world. The third benefit is can help remove the oppressive aspects of some traditional theisms and foster a spiritual approach that can be fulfilling and liberating as much as traditional theisms. And the fourth benefit can help focus on social injustice and human empowerment as well as motivate care for non-human world. Amidst all these utilities whatsoever, one should be ready to raise a more profound and philosophical question on the justification of higher order human spirits in a naturalistic way. That is, if we need to accept religious naturalism. By what means the objective events happening in the brain be transformed into subjective experiences? By what experimental processes can we demonstrate transformation of these experiences into subjective experiences? The major concern has been as how the naturalism can adequately explain the key notions such as self, subjectivity, first person perspective, moral values, and free will in a naturalistic way. These phenomena are usually understood as residing outside the world accessible to science. Hence, if one has to really use these notions under the domain of naturalism, then these notions require a naturalization process. That is, these controversial notions are to be defined from an uncontroversial notion of the established sciences. Hence, naturalization of the first-person perspective would mean that our subjective first-personal point of view could be reduced to brain-activated information processing system. The subjective first-person point of view is replaced then with an objective third-personal one. But the point is that, for example, when I prick a pin on the subject eye, it is not the objective third person that is crying, but the distinct first person. but no experimental data, including one's own feelings and cognitions, explain to us how they transfer themselves into first-person account. Well, one may ignore by saying that the first-person account is a myth and it's only epiphenomenon that is at work. But even then, epiphenomenon should be objective as it is observed and never a subjective phenomenon, because we observe epiphenomenon as an objective category. It cannot be subjective awareness emanating from the object. Apart from that, from the fact that what we experience is entirely opposite from what is happening or what we empirically deduce. Whole set of production of knowledge through cognition apertures is a mystery that naturalism would not adequately solve. This entails that whatever resemblance may we try from an ethical point of view, the larger question of meaning and purpose of ethics, goodwill, compassion, do require an ontological foundation that is lacking under the framework of naturalism. That prompts the present author to look for a few schools of thought that may fall in the domain of religious naturalism of a real kind than the above disguised, wherein the word religious seems to be not exactly performing its otherwise implied function. So I come to the third portion, synchronicity of naturalism and transcendence in Sankhya thought. Religious naturalism, as discussed above, seem to have some resemblance to Sankhya thought, but without difficulties that posed above. We may be better off naming it religious naturalism of a real kind or religious naturalism A. Sankhya postulates two primordial and independent realities, namely Purusha and Prakriti. Purusha is pure conscious, intelligent, attractive and unmoving, whereas Prakriti is exactly opposite, unconscious, unintelligent, attracted and moving. However, primordial Prakriti, matter, is constituted of three qualities, namely Sattva, that is brightness, Rajas, activity, Tamas, darkness. So both the principles of Purusha and Prakriti, exist independently, and the world is nothing but the result of manifestation of the primordial principles of matter through the power of consciousness. So creation and evolution take place only with commingling of two principles. When the commingling takes place, the universe is created. Despite the fact that early Sankhya is silent on God, it postulates conscious selves. The liberation of individual selves takes place when there is discriminative knowledge of what is eternal, that is consciousness, and what is not eternal, that is manifested consciousness, the matter. This world is manifested matter as well as manifested consciousness. While Nitya is the conscious Purusha that never undergoes change, Anitya is the manifested matter that undergoes change at the creation due to the attractiveness towards the Purusha, which is pure consciousness, which is aroused by Rajas or activity, which is a constituent part of Prakriti because of the resemblance of Sattva, which is the brightness quality in the Prakriti. Individual self is nothing but the reflection of the pure consciousness, just like the mirroring. So what is there is in the Prakriti, in the matter, is nothing but the image of the pure consciousness in the matter. Because of the image of the pure consciousness in the matter, in the Prakriti, in the self, then the self is activated and it activates its manifested materialistic consciousness by which we all do our activities. So though one may be inclined to see some similarity to Christian thought with these, the claim that I propose to make is that it is not always necessary that the matter and the spirit have to be seen as opposite to each other. However, our earlier claim still remains, that is, granted that the matter and spirit are not binaries, an occurrence of a justifiable naturalization process is indispensable for upholding doctrine of epiphenomenon. We do have a similar postulate in the Vaiseshika thought, wherein Supreme Self, God, is the organizer of innumerable and multifarious atomic particles that otherwise lack distinction to combine into and give rise to existence of any intelligible entity. Moreover, just as binary relation has been often upheld between the matter and the spirit, the substance is always seen through the binaries of change and permanence. the Jaina school of thought brings about this reconciliation. So therefore, now I quickly go to Jaina school thought, which is my fourth part, significance of reconciling binaries in Jaina school of thought. The Jaina religion and atheistic school makes a clear distinction between jiva, self, and ajiva, which is non-self. The self is understood as conscious, eternal, immaterial substance that is distinct from physical body and all forms of matter. The jiva is capable of experiencing pleasure, pain, and knowledge, and it undergoes cycle of birth, death, and rebirth based on one's own karma or action. So, liberation in Jainism is the process of freeing the jiva from enlightenment of karmic matter, leading to its pure liberated state, completely detached from the material world. While there is some primacy of naturalism, yet Jaina maintains the immaterial status of the self. Whereas classical Jainism does not uphold the notion of God, it posits multifacetedness of the reality known as Anekantavada. So, reality cannot be characterized in black and white for Jainism. It is complex. Every substance is fine balance between change and permanence. Okay, a permanent substance cannot be perceived without changing modes. Similarly, a changing substance cannot be perceived unless there is a corresponding static background. So, every motion requires a static surface. While Jaina thought can be safely listed under religious naturalism, religious naturalism A, that is religious naturalism of a real kind, its notion of substance does not provide insights into how the bizarreness of the binary concepts of thought and language are not necessarily be translated into reference. Similarly, it seems in language, naturalism and theism have been pitted against each other. However, most of the philosophies mentioned above have not translated those linguistic binaries into their referent. One of such instances may be found in the dual nature of Christ. Christ has two natures, human and divine, both existing simultaneously like Jaina substance. The human nature of Christ could not have existed unless the divine nature was present. Similarly, the divine nature of Jesus Christ of Nazareth could not have been experienced apart from the medium of his human nature. Limiting our arguments to the scope of this article and in defense of the postulates of Christianity, it can be safely said that the divinity of Christ under his dual nature was not paradoxical to his humanity. Hence, it is perfectly fitting to speak of theism and naturalism coexisting, whereas naturalism may be content either without the spiritual or spiritual in it, and the postulation of the second option would necessarily require them to produce a justifiable explanation to the naturalization process of the higher order realities. There is no way one can pursue the spiritual without the accompaniment of the material. Hence, that surmises to say that in no context Christianity has rejected matter and degraded it to the extent of some other traditions around the world. The fifth point that I am trying to make is the philosophical significance of dual nature. Okay, now I try to connect how the Eastern ontologies wherein the binaries of thought exist, but in practice, in referent, they are not so difficult to deal with. There is Purusha and Prakriti always there, matter and the spirit, so to say. So also in the case of substance in Jainism, they are always right. They exist. The motion and the permanence both, change and permanence both exist simultaneously, and that is the definition of substance for Jainism. So I am connecting those linkings to the dual nature of Christ. The philosophical significance of dual nature may be, from the perspective of Christian faith, the dual nature of Christ cannot be said to be an accident in the church history, due to the simple reason that had the material was pursued to be an hindrance towards the progress of the spiritual, God could choose Christ's revelation through a pure spiritual form such that had taken place at the event of Annunciation. The divine penetrates into the matter and can be perceived only via higher order realities. The matter is objective and no effort can convert it into the subjective. The objective is always perceived, and that requires a subject to perceive and experience. Without the existence of the subject, there is no meaning in the object, for the object does not exist, as the existing object does not render itself efficacious until it is perceived by an experiencing subject. So, whereas naturalism upholds that matter can contain the spirit in its spatio-temporality, it becomes extremely clear that the matter does not exist without the higher order reality that can render the existence of matter efficacious. So, the naturalist claim of giving primacy to the matter is questionable, as the recognition of very primacy of matter is grounded in the spirit. Matter can exist, it doesn't mean anything unless there is a spirit which perceives it. With these reflections, it looks extremely unlikely that matter can cause the existence of the spirit, though vice versa does offer some hope. Further, even if naturalists say that God is there in the nature, it does not mean that he is a product of the nature. It can only mean that God is not somewhere in heaven, rather he is there hovering over the material world, or is penetrated into the material realm in the sense of Christ entered the upper room of the disciples, penetrating the walls of the upper room. So that makes me to talk about the centrality of Christian thought, what actually this Christian thought would mean. So the centrality of Christian thought is summarized in God's birth into human conditions. This entails that the Old Testament attributes of God's transcendence can be applied contextually. The new message is that God is amidst his humanity. The Christ is fully divine and fully human. There is no one-sided perspective to Christ. He was friendly and compassionate to both good and evil, sinner and saints, Pharisees and tax collectors, Christians and Gentiles, and had a divine and human side. The dual nature of Christ is all about the possibilities of coexistence of the matter and spirit. Matter is transformed by spirit, and the spirit is expressed through the matter. The central theme of Christian thought is that God is neither immanent nor transcendent. Categories are human perspectives, and God is beyond all kinds of stipulations. God is divine and human at the same time. The humanness is expressed through his concrete miracles in a day-to-day life of every believer. It is not necessary to defend everything just because other traditions have a counter view. It is not necessary for Christianity to deny what the naturalists say just because they are not in agreement with primary postulates of Christian faith. As far as the naturalists are concerned, Christianity needs to produce an argument that will rescue them from a counterattack if it is worth it. However, the present author sees no reason to totally deny what naturalists are saying, as they serve as an eye-opener for some of the presuppositions that Christianity presupposed without evidence, as has been the case in the history. So, in conclusion, what I would like to say is that the Christian philosophy and naturalism not necessarily to be in loggerheads. What I try to show is that religious naturalism is one which really very comes closer to the good effects of Christianity, yet it is a dangerous one because it posits God in its matter itself. And therefore, what I needed to do is I needed to see some Eastern ontologies wherein I can clearly show that matter and God can exist together in Sankhya or in Jaina philosophy, where spirit and God, they are not contradicting and there is no difficulty. And we can see this approach even in the dual nature of Christ in Christianity. Okay, and in all through the history we have seen what has happened is Christ's resurrection, or Annunciation, or the event of Assumption, where Mary is completely taken into body and soul to heaven, we see the element of naturalism and the Spirit coming together. So, what I have tried to do through this article is to say, through the help of Eastern ontologies, that Christian faith remains what it is, and it is not challenged by the advances of materialism, but of course it does give us food for thought so that our faith can be strengthened. Thank you. Hello everyone, greetings from India.
The beginning. Thank you very much. Yes.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you, but I'm afraid if I unmute myself, let me see if we'll have this sort of looping effect. I can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm sorry that I'm not speaking easily because there was some issue with the mic here.
So now let us try to let us go to the Q&A. So thank you very much once more, Walter, for this very interesting presentation. And we have we have exceeded the time, but we had some technical difficulties, and we have additional time for discussion. So, are there any questions from the room? Oh, there we have some question. So, please, once more, for the technical reason, we have to.
Thank you for a really interesting paper. I'm just wondering about your thoughts on, I think it's really interesting about the idea of there being a different account of naturalism, that space of, you said about God being understood as an organizer, which I thought was really interesting. I wondered if you had any thoughts on whether there is a distinction to be made between what can be accessed by science, so what we might traditionally class as naturalism, and the totality of what we might understand as nature. There seems to be a space in the Eastern thought for nature to be more than just what is seen by science, and so perhaps the divine is an organizing substance.
Could you hear the question? This is my technical sort of skepticism kicking in. Could you hear the question?
Oh, not clearly. I didn't really understand what he asked.
So let us try, because now I am thinking that the mic for Walter is just near the laptop. So could you just, sorry for this quite complex streaming method. So could you just sit here and maybe speak to the, hopefully he could hear you from the, as you would be, near the.
Hi Walter, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can hear you.
You talked about God as an organizer at one point in your talk, and I just wondered if there is space to consider the divine as an organizing substance or being that is perhaps outside what can be accessed by science, but isn't outside what we would consider the totality of what is natural.
I think you told me, I think your question was about that I spoke about God organizing something, right?
Yes.
Yeah? Yeah, I refer that point with regards to Vaisheshika school, in which the Vaisheshika school is actually upholds the reality category of atoms or particles. And these particles are innumerable and multifarious. The particles which are known as Vishesha, they have got innumerable possibilities, they have got their own nature, and they are multiple in number. Now, for Vaisheshika philosophy, there is no reasoning how the world constitutes itself with the help of particles, because particles are so minute and they have got so innumerable qualities, they cannot organize themselves by themselves. They
an intelligent organizer. Therefore, they pose existence of a supernatural divine being as God. So in Vaisheshika philosophy, world cannot, it is naturalistic, but world cannot create by itself. There requires a supreme self who can organize these innumerable particles into intelligible beings like me and you and all other particles. Am I clear?
Thank you. Let us see if we have some more questions from the room. If not, maybe there are some questions from the WebEx, from the participants online. If there somebody wants to ask a question, then just go ahead, unmute yourself and ask the questions.
Yeah, greetings from Austria to India and also to Krakow. I'm happy that you can hear me. Thank you, Walter, for your talk. I have nothing to criticize. Perhaps a small question of understanding. In your presentation of one of your theories, you mentioned the term language naturalism. Language naturalism. Can you explain a little bit what that means? What is the difference between language naturalism and, for instance, epistemological naturalism?
Walter, did you get the question from?
Was that?
Did you hear the question from Christian?
Language and naturalism. Something.
Yeah, just a matter of request for further explanation what that is, language naturalism, in contrast to epistemological naturalism or metaphysical naturalism.
Okay. I do not know whether I use the word language naturalist. I doubt whether I use that expression. I have said there is a distinction between, referent. There is a distinction between concepts and their referent. So the binaries are applied in conceptually, they are binaries, but in practice they are not. In practice, matter and spirit exist together. In practice, the dual nature of Christ exists together. But in language, it appears to us they are binaries. I was referring to that, sir. Am I clear?
Yes, fine. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any more questions from the online participants? I see we don't have many in this room, but okay, I don't see any more questions. So once more, Walter, thank you very much for your talk, for your answers, yeah. Thank you all for participation. Because I don't see actually, we have some time for additional discussion. But because we don't have with us Stanisław Ruczaj, and only Walter is here, and there are no additional questions, I think we'll have to just end our session entitled "Theology Facing Naturalism," and we'll resume. In this, after lunch, but also you can join the online participants and on-site participants can join right now other parallel sessions if you are interested, and then we have the lunch break at 12:45. So thank you very much once more for Walter. Thank you very much all participants, and see you in the other sessions or later. Thank you. So, as I said, thank you, because we don't have the first author and the second, there are no more questions. We are free to go to another rooms for another sessions, and then the lunch is at 12:45. Because there were also 2 participants only there, yeah. So there is one room that there are 3 participants.
There was only one in the end.
Okay, so we maybe so in the room for the rest still going on, exactly, because there are 3 participants there. Yes, so 4 or 5 if you want to join the probably there are still some presentation and their discussion. Yeah.
It's almost 2 o'clock, but I think we'll start in about 2 or 3 minutes, just to be sure that everyone who wants to take part in our conferences is here and ready to hear about miracles. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the part of our conference entitled The Problem of Miracles. Today we got 2 speakers. Unfortunately, one cannot attend to our conference. That means we got plenty of time both for presentation and discussion, and we can enjoy that time and really explore the problem of miracles with our prelegents and with ourselves. Okay, just a short reminder, if you want to ask a question, please come here and use the microphone because we are streaming all the conference. Welcome, Adam Świeżyński, who is going to make a presentation about entitled How to Understand God's Action in a Miracles Event, Basic Action on the Part of God. The floor is yours.
Thank you. In my presentation, I'd like to propose some understanding of God's action in miracle, which I called, not only me, of course, a basic action. God's action are usually identified with God's causality. So if we say that God did something, we mean that God is the cause of the emergence of this thing. However, the fundamental problem is the answer to the question, how does it happen that God, who is immaterial being, may have any influence on natural events? In order to adequately justify the statement that God is the cause of some natural event, we should show how the interaction between that which is supernatural and that which is natural is possible at all. If God's action is described as the cause of miraculous event, it usually means that this event was caused by God. However, we can say that something was done by God, while not meaning that God was the cause, I mean the cause like other natural causes of this event. We may assume that if we say that something was done by God, it means that it is the expression of God's will. Then we avoid using the term divine causality and we take the approach connected with intentionality of action and its purpose. If the category of causal God's action within miraculous event is not adequate and it doesn't provide the possibility of adequate description of miraculous God's action, I propose reflect upon the analogy between God's action and human action. The application of the analogy between God's and human actions may turn out to be useful as far as the clarification of the causal joint problem is concerned, which cannot be adequately presented within the purely causal approach to divine action. The fundamental question concerning God's action within miraculous event is, how does God do that? Namely, what is the joining element between God and the instrumentally understood physical causes? To answer this question, we may try to clarify the problem through referring to the notions typical of human action and human agency. This is the first step, and now the second. The helpful element here is the personal understanding of divine action. It is based on the analogy between God's action and human action. We may elaborate on this analogy if we use the conception of basic actions. This is a proposition, this is proposed among others by Arthur Danto. Danto at first introduced the distinction into the basic actions and mediate actions. The starting point for his conception of action was paying attention to the fact that in our description of reality we make the ontological assumptions concerning physical causality. For instance, the trace in the sand is just the trace in the sand, but if it is a footprint, it gains in our consciousness the concrete history of its emergence. Mainly, it must have been impressed by a person passing by. Danto distinguishes human actions concerning their bodies from ones concerning the world external to very bodies. He calls the latter kind of actions the mediate actions. In this case, a man does something or recognizes something through something else he does or he knows. Such action or knowledge contains in itself other actions or cognitive acts as their component elements. The basic action, in turn, doesn't contain any other action in itself. That is why human actions concerning physical objects are mediate actions, while the actions concerning human body should be classified as basic ones. For instance, setting a vehicle in motion through our hands' work is a mediate action, while the very act of moving our hands in order to set the vehicle in motion is the basic action. The further distinction involves introducing the category of non-basic action, which is the sequence of basic actions, for example, like dancing. That is why it seems useful to introduce the notion of basic action understood as the situation in which a man may act, doing something and at the same time not being identified as the traditional natural cause of this thing. This basic action on the part of man is his action, even when it may be described through referring to natural causes. If we say that some actions are basic, it means that they are performed immediately and directly without necessity of performing any preceding action. And third step, we can draw the conclusion from the analogy of God's action to human action that if we assume that God is able to act at all, God can also perform basic actions. Therefore, we should state that all God's actions within the nature are either the basic actions or connected with the events, the causal origin of which leads to that which is the basic action of God. Hence, I suggest that we should understand the miraculous action as the basic action on the part of God. Such approach towards God's action in miraculous events eliminates the problem of interaction between the nature and the supernatural cause, because it doesn't require explaining this interaction. Moreover, it allows us to include into the conception of miracle the events which are described as anomalous or those which not have any natural cause. However, the most important thing seems to be the fact that this conception allows for joining God's action with the events which the natural causes may be found through scientific research. Treating God's action in miraculous event as the divine basic action brings important consequences. If we describe this action as divine basic action, we say nothing about the cause of miraculous event, and in this way we avoid assuming a priori that it can't have the natural explanation or that its emergence means some disturbance within the nature order of the world. Therefore, we may say that God, as a miracle maker, doesn't use any means to produce it, and this seems to be consistent with the statement that a given event may have no natural cause. However, it doesn't mean that the miracle has to be the event which doesn't have any natural causes. We may use the analogy to human action again. When we raise our arms and we perform basic action in this way, we may say that we act and we may describe this action at the same time, the act of raising our arms, referring to natural causes. Thus, we may say that raising our hands was caused by work of our muscles, which in turn was caused by electrical impulses in our nervous systems. Therefore, the basic action may be connected with the accompanying events which have natural explanations in terms of causality. Analogically, considering God's action in a miraculous event as the basic action on the part of God, we should state that it is not questioned by the fact that the process accompanying this action may have its natural explanation. The potential objection that the reference to God's action becomes unnecessary when we are able to point the natural causes of the event is inadequate because the act of referring to the basic action on the part of God is the type of explanation different from causal natural explanation. So it is not the competition for causal natural explanation. Thus, giving a natural explanation for a putative miracle will not make it redundant to attribute in God's agency as long as it is God's basic agency of which we speak. The fundamental consequence of adopting the conception of basic action of God is miraculous event is a teleological way of understanding this action. Teleological aspect is first of all related to the fact that God's basic action is personal. in character. Thus, analogically to human action, it has its specific purpose connected with the intention or plan of the person acting. However, the conception of basic action of God in miraculous event changes the way of analyzing and seeing miraculous events. It means the move away from the quasi-natural consideration of the miracle, in which essential problem is to determine the causal mechanism of God's action, and the switch to teleological perspective, connected with the question of conscious intention of the agent. Teleological perspective allows us also to take into account the miraculous event with all of its dimensions, namely as the event which concerns not just the nature alone, but a man in particular. A man is also, of course, part of material world, but because of his complex psychophysical structure, he stands out from among other beings, so he shouldn't be treated as being equal to them. Thus, a miraculous event is something which happens within the nature, but it would be difficult to talk that miracle would taking into account special character of human person who is the recipient of God's miraculous agency. Thus we can talk about miraculous events only in the context of a human being's presence within the world and not just within the context of natural phenomena alone. Teleological approach towards God's action within the world brings also certain advantages in understanding of a miracle. The first advantage is the fact that we are able to avoid in this way the controversial conception of miracle as the event with supernatural occurs, especially as the event violating the regularities of nature. If talking about a miracle as a supernatural event poses the problem, and if it is finally questioned, then teleological approach towards the miracle seems only one available. The second advantage, following from the conception of teleological understanding of miraculous event, is connected with its religious aspect, in which the miracle is understood as a sign containing a specific religion message from God to the man. Teleological approach allows for discussing the meaning of miraculous event and proposing their religious explanation as the alternatives for the lack of scientific explanation. It seems that God may act in both basic and non-basic way, and God's non-basic action must contain the basic action too. If we also take into account the personal perspective of God's action within the world, it seems that the basic action on the part of God may occur alone or appear as an element of non-basic action sequence. In the latter case, basic action of God causes a specific natural phenomena, which in turn becomes the cause of another phenomena. What we have here is the situation in which personal action of God produce the cause-effect chain and leads to emergence of causal action within the nature. Therefore, let's attempt to wonder what kind of God's action, basic or non-basic, is one present within the miraculous event. For example, consider the description of the Red Sea water setting apart from the Bible Exodus book. Of course, I don't consider the question of the character of the description contained in the passage of Exodus book or exegetic and literary criticism issues connected with it. I mean only using this description as the example illustrating the relation between basic and non-basic action of God. So, the Red Sea water setting apart, may be understood in the following way. First, the fact of water setting apart caused by the wind, according to the text of the Bible, which in turn was brought about by God, was miracles. Second interpretation, the emergence of the wind, which caused the fact of water setting apart, was miraculous. And third, both the emergence of the wind and setting apart of the water were miraculous. Within the first interpretation, we understand God's action as the cause of the event. God is the direct cause of the emergence of the wind, which in turn is the cause of setting apart of the water. Thus, we may talk about the indirect action of God, which led to the emergence of miraculous event. God directly causes the emergence of the wind, but we do not know how God does it. The miraculous event is setting apart of the water, understood as the effect of indirect causal action of God. Within the second interpretation, God is not the cause of setting apart of the water. This cause is the blowing wind. Hence, we may say that God's basic action caused the emergence of the wind, and as a result of blowing wind, the water set apart. The basic action of God, making the wind blow, doesn't require any explanation. In this case, the miraculous event is the emergence of the wind and not its effect, namely the fact of the water setting apart. And the third interpretation combines the first two. It treats the emergence of the wind and setting apart of the water in a holistic way, namely as a single event. Treating the fact in question in a holistic way is possible within the perspective of personal aspect of divine action. God performs basic action and brings about the wind, and as third result, the fact of the water setting apart. The inclusion of the fact of setting the water apart into the whole of the event and joining this with the fact of causing the wind by God is conditioned by the mentioned action of God, who caused the wind in order for the water to set apart. In this case, we may talk about non-basic action of God, which consists of the personal basic action causing the wind, and causal action, the water setting apart as the result of the wind blowing. The miraculous event understood in this way includes the basic action on the part of God as well as physical causality caused by God as its consequence. And it is reasonable at this moment to mark the distinction into the miraculous event and miraculous action. In the above example, the miraculous action is the basic action of God, which causes the emergence of the wind. However, the operation of the wind causing the fact of setting apart the water is not the miraculous action, but it is the ordinary action within the natural causality. But we should note that the emergence of the wind is conditioned by the God's basic action, which I described as miraculous one. Thus, it seems that we should regard the fact of the water setting apart as the element of miraculous event. 2. Although its emergence is the effect of the non-basic rather than basic action of God, as it was directly caused by the blowing wind. So we may say with respect to this that the miraculous event may be the one which was caused by both basic and non-basic action of God. However, in the case of non-basic action, contrary to the basic one, searching for the mechanism of this action makes sense. since it takes place due to natural causality. Even if this physical causality is unknown, we may ask about it and hope to find and comprehend it in the future. Therefore, God's basic action may be described as the miraculous action, while God's not basic action, as it contains the component of the basic action and component of the mediate action, which is the natural causality, should be described as the miraculous, non-miraculous action. The miraculous event may be caused by the miraculous action or by the miraculous, non-miraculous one, as in both cases the component of the basic action on the part of God is present. Yet, in practice, we are unable to recognize, on the basis of scientific and natural criteria, which of the two actions in question actually took place. The very effect of such action, manifesting itself within the nature, provides no basis for solving this problem in an ambiguous way. With respect to this, I suggest not limiting the category of miraculous event to merely the events connected with basic action of God. Rather, I suggest expanding the category of miraculous event to those caused by the non-basic action of God, namely by miraculous, non-miraculous actions. In this way, even if the events recognized as the miraculous one are explained by natural science, it won't mean that they stop being miraculous event, provided that they were recognized as the miraculous one on the basis of theological criteria. Natural science is able merely to point to physical causality of the event, but it is unable to recognize the presence or absence of miraculous action, namely of the basic action on the part of God. Because of that, recognizing the miraculous event remains to some extent dependent on the effect of natural sciences, asserting the fact of being scientifically unexplained. Yet, ultimately, it is subject to theological criteria. However, the potential modification of natural sciences' effects in explaining the event, after recognizing its miraculous character with the use of theological criteria, doesn't negate the accuracy of the theological recognition. And conclusion, due to recognizing as a miracle the event which is caused by God's non-basic action, with the component of God's basic action in it, we do not have to solve the problem of causal connection between God and the nature. And at the same time, we may reasonably claim that it is consistent with regularities of the nature. We confine ourselves to saying that God, through the basic action, made the nature to act at a concrete point of space and time according to its regularities and in accordance with God's intention aimed at achieving a specific purpose. Understanding God's action in a miraculous event as the non-basic one allows us to achieve the appropriate balance between the causal perspective of God's action and the personal aspect of God's action. The emphasis is put on the personal action, as the God is the acting person, who realizes a specific purpose in the action. However, because this action is manifested within the natural world, in which we accept the function of physical causality, and which is being examined with natural sciences methods, the perspective of causal action of God cannot be totally ignored. The most important thing here is that we shouldn't treat this perspective as the fully adequate for explaining divine action. Reducing God's action to the level of the operation of physical causes ignores the essential element of God's action, namely its purposefulness. In turn, treating God's action as the cause other than physical causes doesn't allow us to correctly regard it as the cause of anything. Instead, the personal aspect of God's action enables omitting the mentioned trap of divine causality and causal joint without negating the possibility of causal perspective in examining the effects of God's action within the world. In this way, the methodological postulate of preserving the autonomy of scientific knowledge and theological knowledge is realized. And in view of this, an irresistible association arises with the creative action of God while uttering the word, expressing God's will, at the same time makes it become flesh, a certain reality appears. One may wonder then whether a basic action of God should not be understood as a creative action. The act of creation. So, if so, then miracle understood as the effect of a basic action on the part of God could be considered as a new creative action that takes place within the already created and existed reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have a time for discussion. Please.
So first, thank you very much for the presentation. So my first question is maybe I would like to ask you to elaborate a little bit on this matter that you said that it is the advantage of the approach that it doesn't stand in conflict with causal explanations, like natural causal explanations. But on the other hand, from the naturalistic position, it can be disadvantage. A naturalist can argue that if we can explain it in only natural causes, why introduce God? And you said some things about how it is another type of explanation and why we need it, but maybe if you could say a little bit more about how can we react to this naturalistic argument. And the second thing is maybe connected. How would you say, because this thing that the advantage of the position is that it is compatible with natural causes. So would you say it is compatible with naturalism in general, or is God a supernatural being in this picture, and how is it, how we can, in this theory, describe this supernaturality of God, let's say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so of course we must remember that if we say about miracles, we say about the events which have which are in some ways different from other events. So the question is, what decide about this difference? I mean, for example, if I see some events and I cannot explain it in a scientific way, and no scientist can explain these events according their knowledge. So the question is, what is the cause of this event? So this is the first step for theological interpretation of this event. Of course, it is not enough to say that this event is scientifically unexplained, because we have theological methods and some special procedure to decide about this event as a miracle. But if I cannot explain it in a scientific way, is the first step from a theological perspective. So I think about events like this, that we haven't a scientific explanation. Maybe in the future we can find it if in science we're going further. But now we cannot find this explanation. And from a naturalistic point of view, I can say that, okay, I cannot explain it in scientific way, so I just wait what happens further. But if from theological point of view I can, using theological criteria, I can say that this event has religious significance for the person or persons who are engaged in this event. So this is possibility to interpret this event as done by God. I mean, in the context of what I said, the question is how God can do that. And if, for example, some years after, scientific methods can give us the answer about the question about the cause of this event. This is answer to the how this event appear in nature, but it is not the answer about the cause of this event. For example, God can do the same events can be done by nature itself, and can be also done by God, who act on the nature to do this event. So maybe we have events that never can be explained by science. It is not equal with that they are supernatural in the course of these events. But if we have this explanation after the events was called a miracle in theological way, it is only answer from the naturalistic point of view, but it doesn't negate that that the cause of this event was the basic, as in this conception, basic action of God, who say the nature, do this because I want to do this as a sign for some people, and something like that.
Thank you. Okay. Next question.
Thank you for the very nice presentation and paper. You ended with the creation, as if the creation was an act already done. We have nature, and then God comes with a direct or indirect action, basic or non-basic action. What do you think about this idea that is, less deistic, more theistic, of creatio continua, when God creates? And what kind of action is it, basic or unbasic, and how he separates from nature? Or is it like the nature is his body, and then it's the basic action of miracles and non-miracles? It's all the time the question of separation of nature and grace, which is, I don't think is easily answered, and maybe there shouldn't be answer. There should be a paradox, tension in some sense. But yeah, the creatio continua, maybe you have some thoughts on this.
I try to answer. I have another slide for this question prepared, especially. Because I have no time to say about the concept, about the basic action as creative action of God. So this is the model of creating God's action in miraculous event. So we have two perspectives, extra world perspective of God's action from God point of view, I think, is out of the world perspective, and intra-world perspective like ours, which we are in the world. So creating basic God's action by which God create the world is not only the first moment of the reality, but is like in continua creation, still present in the history of the world. But in some moments, it depends on God's will, of course. In some moments, we have this basic creating action, which are in consequence miraculous event in the created universe. Yes. So, for example, if I use some example, for example, biblical miracle, for example, changing the water into wine. Normally, we say that the water was changed into wine. In this conception, the wine was created from nothing, because we say about the creative act in existing reality. So this is something like God add something else to the world which exists. Of course, the question is whether all miracles, for example, from Bible, but maybe some events today called miracles, could be explained in this way. We can try, but in this model we have some special actions of God in creation, in existing world, which are creative in essence, I mean, which are not changing something which previous exists, but it is really creative act from nothing. So the water was not changed in the wine, but the wine was created instead of the water.
Thank you. Any questions? Maybe there are some online questions. Let me check. Okay, I don't see any online questions. On-site questions? No more. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you for attention.
And okay, and now we are going to hear a presentation prepared for us by Miroslav Rucki, who unfortunately is not present yet online. But fortunately, he sent his presentation earlier. So we can hear and waited for him. Maybe he will join us and answered our questions. Just give me, please, a minute to prepare the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen,
just a second. Aha, dobra. To zrób to, proszę. Okej. To. Tak. Okej, dziękuję. All right. All right, so now we are going to hear the presentation by Miroslav Rucki, entitled "Is a Naturalistic Explanation of the Miracle Satisfactory? Example of a man born blind," from John, chapter 9, 1 to 12. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am very glad to have an opportunity to present my thoughts at this conference. Let's start sharing my presentation. I am from Poland, Casimir Pulaski Radom University. My name is Miroslav Rucki. I have a PhD degree in engineering and social science and in humanities, and the Bible is one of the most important point of my interest, also in scientific terms, in research terms. I would like to share with you my thoughts about naturalistic explanation of the miracle. Is it satisfactory? And I will give you example of the man born blind described in the Gospel of John. Now we start with introduction. First, naturalism rejects the possibility of something being explained separate from the material reality given in empirical cognition. And English word miracle means, according to the Longman Dictionary, an action done by especially a holy person that is impossible according to the ordinary laws of nature. But logically, since supernatural explanation is not acceptable, there are no miracles. Thus, facing an obvious miracle, we are forced to pretend that it is a natural thing, while we just don't know exactly which natural law was involved. This applies also to the concept of evolutionary origin of species. No reliable mechanism of transition between locomotion of vision systems was proposed, but creationist explanation is refused to be widely accepted. I have published several scientific papers formulating the questions about it, but so far no satisfactory explanation of transition. This sort of transition is technically impossible according to our best knowledge, but it is still believed that there should be a naturalistic explanation. About miracle, I would like to share with you definitions which are valid in Polish language. In Polish, miracle we call cud, and it is defined in several ways. One of definitions is that miracle cud is unusual thing or phenomenon causing amazement, admiration. Just focus, focus, abracadabra, and we have something amazing, and it's a miracle. But another definition, it was the first, by the way, it is that miracle is a phenomenon that, according to the religious belief, cannot be attributed to the laws of nature, but can be explained only by God's intervention. Why we have some problem with this sort of definition? Because now our concept of miracle is in the defensive position. We always have to look for explanation of our religious beliefs. We believe in something and it's a given thing, and then we should explain why we do believe that it is a miracle. However, I think it's not a good position for explanation for miracles. And that's why I refer to the experience which lays behind the miracle. In Hebrew, the true context of the term miracle is a confrontation that might have led to the massacre of the Jewish people in Egypt in the very beginning of formation of Hebrew people, Jewish people. We remember there were 10 plagues over there. And formally, all these things, these plagues, everything what happened, including crossing the sea, were possible naturally. And nobody had to explain them from the religious perspective. Things happened, and people had to face this problem, and they did not need to explain it from the perspective of religion of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Yes, so you can see here that the true context gives us completely different perspective on a miracle. What made up the miracle was following. First, the events were announced. Next, the events happened exactly in the way they were announced. Next, the events delivered certain message. It was a message about judgment, about freedom, and so on, about God, about relationship between people and God. And nobody was able to imitate them. From a certain point, first the magicians were able to imitate the miracles, the plagues, but then they were unable, and they recognized that it was God's thing. And in this way presented, the events were called signs and miracles, in Hebrew, ototum mofetim. We can read, and the Lord showed signs and wonders, great and sore, upon Egypt, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his household before our eyes. Here we can see signs and wonders. In other translations, we can find the word miracles. And what is the most important, that the supernatural event without meaning is not covered by the original biblical term of miracle. Is it mofet, nes, pele, or anything else? It is not a miracle if there is no meaning behind the supernatural event. This is important difference between English definition and Polish, even Polish definitions of the miracle, and the word miracle used in Hebrew text. So it was not about supernatural. It was not about amazing things. It was not about explanation of old beliefs forwarded from Abraham and the other ancestors. It was about interaction, relationship, and power. It was about life and death, because if Jewish people would not obey this, they would die. No naturalistic explanation of the event seems to be satisfactory, because we have a complex thing with events and experience, and not only just supernatural thing. So it defined a miracle as a real event previously agreed upon and announced, and then carried out and experienced by many. It was manifestation of God's power with certain message. So we can look from this perspective to the example of the man born blind. In the Gospel of John, chapter 9, there is an account of what happened with the man born blind after he met Jesus Christ. This miracle was announced. Next, the message was formulated. Then, repeatable actions were carried out. Jesus took some mud, made something, put it on the eyes of the blind man, and these actions are repeatable. Anybody can do that. But these actions were forbidden for humans. Or from the perspective of Judaism, only God was able on Sabbath do these things. So, making these actions, Jesus clearly indicated his identity of God. And the unique effect, impossible to imitate by anyone, appeared. People can repeat actions, but the effect was not repeatable. So understanding of the actions implied the understanding of the message. Yeah? You can see that without the message, without meaning, this all didn't make sense. And the message, since it was unacceptable for the Pharisees, they looked for a naturalistic explanation. They had interesting procedure, interesting way to reject, to deny the message. First, they decided that no healing took place at all. Next, they decided the man had not been blind. Jesus had no power to heal on Sabbath. And of course, God was not behind the miracle because Jesus was unable to heal on Sabbath and no healing took place at all. But none of their explanation matched the observed facts. Facing the testimony received from witnesses, including the healed man, Pharisees decide that he was a sinner and casted him out. This was not derived directly from the fact observed by the Pharisees. In fact, they themselves did not consider their own naturalistic explanation satisfactory because they did not match the facts. And that's why they decided, you are a sinner, go away. It was not connected with their explanations. Methodologically, they performed correct procedure, looking for the explanation. We have facts. The man was born blind. People knew him, his parents knew about that. Then we have Jesus who performed some actions. The man experienced something. People witnessed this. And next we have the effect that the man was able to see. How to check this? The Pharisees performed correct steps, undertook correct steps to verify this. First, verification of the initial state. They asked parents, people, and the man if it's a true statement that he was born blind. But having a positive answer, they did not agree with it. Next, they did make verification of the action. What did he do to you? He asked him several times how it happened that you can see now. And they were not satisfied with what they heard. And they tried to verify the final state. How is it possible that you can see now? What do you say about him? So you can see that the procedure is correct. Verification of all three stages: initial state, action, and the final state. But the denial of the facts is not methodologically correct. Results were rejected at each stage due to previously assumed rejection of the announcement and the respective semiotic meaning. We don't want this meaning, so we reject the facts. Since there is no point to perform a miracle with no meaning, from the Hebrew perspective of a miracle, they refuse to recognize the miracle, denying all the facts. Since naturalism rejects any meaning, sense, and purpose of natural laws are purposeless, senseless, and their effects as well. Any of naturalistic explanation of a miracle is unsatisfactory by definition. So we can draw the conclusions as follows. In Christianity, a miracle is about relationship, power, and meaning. It's not just a supernatural thing that is amazing and so on. In naturalistic worldview, nature has no meaning, no purpose, and requires no personal interrelation. So, naturalistic explanation of a miracle rejects meaning, while it is its main part. Main part of a miracle is its meaning, and naturalistic explanation rejects its by definition. As such, it cannot be satisfactory, even though the event itself could find reasonable explanation in the laws of nature, like it can be applied to at least some plagues that happened in Egypt. And in turn, the meaning and the message of a miracle can be analyzed only when all possible naturalistic explanations of an event are considered. So, when it comes about exploration of miracles, a hypothesis of supernatural is at least as reasonable as the one based on an unknown law of nature, which is quite commonly made, rejecting also always hypothesis of supernatural. But otherwise, the reasoning may become a denial of a fact, like it was in the case of the man born blind. Thank you very much for your attention. That's all from my presentation. I'm sorry how to turn this off. I'm not sure. Yes, I find the button. Thank you very much again. Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. Thank you for listening to this presentation of Miroslav Rucki. And now I need an information. Is Miroslav with us or not? I cannot see him here. Yes. I see Walter, I see Robert, but I don't see Miroslav here. So, unfortunately, we cannot discuss with the author, but we can discuss with each other on the topic. So are there any commentaries? Are there any inspirations maybe? Or just any words that we can use as a commentary for the problem of miracles and naturalistic explanations of them?
what I liked in this presentation was that the focus here was not so much and only on this scientific, naturalistic, supernaturalistic side of how God, if he does perform such acts, how he does it, but that there was also this element of this personal relationship between God and people who were involved in the whole situation, that this miracle or potential miracle was in the context of God as a person willing to convey something of vital importance to the people involved in the whole situation. So it prevents the whole idea of miracles in this personal content of God who wants to influence human life and does these things not just to people to wonder, but to understand something much more deeper about God, about them as in relationship to that. So this is what I think this presentation stressed, focused on also in a meaningful way.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, maybe we can ask our online guests. Do you want to comment somehow this presentation? Okay, I see one no, and I don't see any typing here. Okay, so again to on-site guests. Any commentaries or reflections on the definition of miracles that were in that presentation?
Just one remark. I think that it's very important to remember that miracles are the events which are between God and the man. And the nature is only some kind of medium between these persons. So if we focus only about the nature and we asking is miracle valuation of natural laws and so on, I think it is not enough, because we must remember that the main point of miracles is of course some event which is recognizable in the nature, but if we say about miracles, this is events which is medium between God and the man. So in all cases, the man must then have some attitude to these events. I must say, I must to make my attitude to this event, not only from perspective of naturalistic, but from my own perspective as a man. So I think that if we say about miracles, we very often forget about this perspective, personal, between God and the man.
Thank you very much. And any others, please? Well, I don't see anybody that wants to share with the opinion, so that's okay. Thank you very much for the presentation and for your comments. Well, now because we don't have the third speaker, well, this session is going to be finished. So I only may encourage you to take part in other session and to listen to other presentations, maybe as wonderful as was at this section. Thank you very much for your attention.
Welcome to our Keynotes discussion panel. It gives me enormous pleasure to introduce Władysław Duch from the Nicolaus Copernicus University in Torun, Poland, and Georg Gasser from University of Augsburg, Germany, to discuss the topic, the controversy over the naturalistic image of the world and man. I will introduce our two speakers, starting with Professor Duch, and then afterwards Professor Gasser. Professor Gasser, I think, is then going to make a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation. Professor Duch will then talk. There will then be a discussion between our two speakers, and after that, my intention is to open the discussion to the floor, obviously inviting questions. So, let's start with Professor Władysław Duch. Professor Duch is a scientist working in the area of the physical sciences, specializing in applied computer science, neuroinformatics, AI, machine learning, cognitive science, and neurocognitive technologies. In 1980 to 1982, he conducted postdoctoral research at the University of Southern California in LA. In 1985 to 87, he was a scholarship holder of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation at the Max Planck Institute for Astrophysics in Munich, where he worked until 2001. His monograph, Graphical Representation of Model Spaces, published by Springer, 1986, was the basis for his habilitation thesis, defended in 1987. He's been visiting professor multiple times in France, Japan, Canada, Germany, Singapore, and the USA. From 1991 to 2014, he headed the Department of Applied Informatics at the Faculty of Physics and Astronomy of Nicolaus Copernicus University in Torun. Since 2013, he has headed the Neurocognitive Laboratory at the Interdisciplinary Center for Modern Technologies at that same university. And since 2020, he has led the Neuroinformatics and Artificial Intelligence team at the University Center of Excellence for Dynamics, Mathematical Analysis, and Artificial Intelligence, also there. In 2014 to 15, he served as Under-Secretary of State, I think I've got that right, in the Ministry of Science and Higher Education here in Poland. Professor Duch's research interests initially concerned computational methods of quantum mechanics, computer physics, the foundations of physics, and the interpretation of quantum mechanics. Since the late 1980s, however, his interests have shifted towards the theory and applications of neural networks, machine learning, artificial intelligence methods, brain function modeling, and neurocognitive technologies. Since the late 1990s, it's fair to say that he has played an absolutely key role in the development of cognitive science in Poland. He has published a vast number of both specialist and popular articles on various topics, co-authored 6 books and edited another 21. I think that's at the latest count. I hope that's up to date. His company, Duchsoft, created the Ghost Miner software, which was subsequently taken up and sold by Fujitsu. I hope I've got that right too. Let's now move to our second speaker. Professor Georg Gasser has since 2020 held the position of University Professor of Philosophy at the Catholic Theological Faculty of the University of Augsburg. Prior to that, he was research assistant at the University of Innsbruck, and he's held visiting professorships in Torun, Zagreb, Basel, and Buenos Aires. He received his PhD from Innsbruck University and his habilitation from the Munich School of Philosophy. Starting from 2015, Professor Gasser was involved in the development of some of the very first interdisciplinary courses on medical ethics in the field of pediatrics and adolescent medicine. His principal areas of research are philosophical anthropology, personal identity, the philosophy of corporeality, and the philosophy of religion. And his work addresses topics in personal identity, the ontology of the human person, philosophical theology, and the metaphysics of resurrection. I should add in the present context that he also has a specific engagement with a range of issues in the field of medical and technology ethics. These include prenatal diagnostics, informed consent, self-determination in children and adolescents, and the use of care robots. He edited How Successful is Naturalism, Ontos 2007. I think that's published by the Wittgensteinian people, isn't it? Yes. Okay. And Personal Identity and Resurrection, How Do We Survive Our Death, Routledge 2021. He's also the co-editor with Simon Kittel of The Divine Nature, Personal and Apersonal Perspectives, published by Routledge in 2022. And in terms of German language publications, we should also mention, and here I reveal my terrible pronunciation of German, Philosophie der Unsterblichkeit, the Philosophy of Immortality, published by Kuhlhammer in 2023 and co-edited with Sebastian Gabe. Okay, with no more ado, I'd like to move on to our first speaker, please.
Work? Yeah. Okay. So in my presentation, I will try to map this whole area of different naturalisms. So just to give you some more orientation when we talk about naturalism, there are very distinctive accounts of naturalism, and I just try to provide an overview of this landscape. So this is the structure of my presentation. Maybe I skip some of the parts in order that we keep the 20 minutes. But first, I would like to talk a little bit about the success of naturalism, at least in certain areas of philosophy, specifically analytic philosophy. Then I will introduce the concept of a worldview and argue that naturalism is a kind of worldview. It's not a philosophical thesis, but a worldview. Then I will go on and talk a little bit about strategies of naturalization, reductive and non-reductive forms of naturalism, and if there still is time, about the relationship between naturalism, common sense, and human values. So let me start with the success of naturalism. What is so special about naturalism in our times? Does naturalism owe its popularity more to an intellectual fashion than to any serious argument? The relative recent provenance of naturalism and its influence among philosophical circles, especially among analytic philosophical circles, can be explained by the rapid development of the sciences. From the dawn of the naturalistic enterprise, a close allegiance with science can be observed. Take, for instance, this volume, Naturalism and the Human Spirit, which was published in 1944 by leading American philosophers. At that time, naturalism was still a very young and new movement. And you can consider this book as a sort of manifesto of the American naturalist movement. And in a review written a year later, you can read, naturalists intend to show that these same methods or others essentially continuous with them are adequate also to those aspects and dimensions of the human spirit which in the past have often been held on philosophical ground to transcend the methods and aims of science. So the idea is basically that naturalism seems to be above all a methodological precept which says that philosophers, if they want to get it straight, they should orient themselves towards the scientific method. So when we talk about naturalism, we have to distinguish between a methodological account, which says that the scientific methodology is the only source for obtaining reliable knowledge about reality. There might be other sources, but they are not that reliable as scientific accounts or explanations of reality. Then this methodological doctrine rests on an epistemic thesis, which roughly says all forms of human investigation are best conducted within the framework of our empirical knowledge of the world, and empirical knowledge of our world is paradigmatically gained within scientific discourse. And this epistemic thesis is often combined with a metaphysical thesis, which claims that all that exists is what in principle can be studied by the natural sciences. So science studies the spatio-temporal world, and the entities of our spatio-temporal world are the only entities that exist. So this rules out all accounts of some immaterial entities, be it like gods, immaterial souls, spirits, and so on. So this methodological, epistemic, and metaphysical accounts sketched so far are paradigmatic of naturalism. You can also add a fourth doctrine, which is etiological in nature. It says that in terms of an event-causal story, that all entities whatsoever that have come into existence, that they came into existence within the spatio-temporal world, and they owe their existence to some factors within this spatio-temporal world. So there's no need to look for any additional explanatory help from the outside. So this, you might talk about an explanatory closure, right? The spatio-temporal world owes its existence, continuity, and end to the operation of causal forces, which can be found within this spatio-temporal world. Now, naturalism was successful in pushing the philosophical discussion into a direction where appeals to phenomena which lay outside the empirical realm are considered with great suspicion among philosophers. Such phenomena are, for instance, consciousness, intentionality, subjectivity. You could also add moral values, or, of course, any concepts of the divine or of some spiritual reality. Nowadays, most philosophers consider these dimensions of the human person, like subjectivity, intentionality, the mental, and so on, as belonging to the empirical, or to use a more innocent term, to the natural world. So they consider them to be natural phenomena. As a part of the natural world, these phenomena are accessible to scientific investigation. So just to sum up, the core idea of naturalism seems to be that nature forms a single sphere without any causal incursions from the outside by gods, souls, or spirits, or some other immaterial stuff. C.S. Lewis, for instance, had such an idea of naturalism when he writes in his book Miracles, what the naturalist believes is that the ultimate fact, the thing you can't go behind, is a vast process in space and time which is going on of its own accord. And in a similar fashion, also Richard Dawkins says, an atheist in the sense of philosophical naturalist is somebody who believes that there's nothing beyond the natural physical world, no supernatural creative intelligence lurking behind the observable universe. Okay, so nowadays most people would acknowledge the scientific success and the benefits of a scientific understanding of reality. So advocates and critics of naturalism, they may understand the methods and the successful application of science exactly in the same way. They may even agree that philosophy cannot neglect science when it comes to the study of nature or of the human person. Naturalists and non-naturalists, however, disagree about the philosophical lessons which should be drawn from this scientific success. Non-naturalists, though sympathetic to naturalistic approach for studying reality, reject the naturalistic commitment of the explanatory and metaphysical closure of the spatio-temporal world. Science does neither adequately explain nor tell us all what there is and what there is not. There are other realms of reality open for epistemological and metaphysical reflection which go beyond our empirical knowledge of reality. You might call it the room of reasons, the realm of values, or the realm of the divine. These assumed areas of reality provide further explanatory sources, for instance, for understanding human reasoning, moral evaluations, or religious experiences. Just take religious experiences. Naturalistic accounts of religious experiences may be valuable by allowing the acceptance and the use of research on the biological, psychological, and social realization of religious experience. However, without any account of the divine itself, divine agency, or some soteriological concepts, religious experiences have to be interpreted merely as natural phenomena which are adequately describable and explainable within psychological, sociological, or neurobiological concepts. And then there is nothing more to add. So the causal and metaphysical closure of reality requires only a natural explanation, and then at the very end you might just come up with some explanations, with some neurobiological explanations of religious experience, and you can just say, well, at the end what is going on when someone has a religious experience is just that, there are some brain events that we can observe. So the matter of dispute is not so much about the achievements of science as such, but what conclusions from these achievements should be drawn in regard of one's personal worldview. I understand the term worldview as referring to the framework within which a person understands the world and interprets her existence and her individual experiences. So a person might take reality, for instance, to be a teleological structured whole, or she might say it's just a random collection of particles. She might interpret certain situations as meaningful or as meaningless. She might emphasize certain experiences and de-emphasize others. The beliefs making up a worldview operate at a global level, for they interpret and integrate a person's individual domain-specific beliefs into a structured whole. Examples of such global beliefs might be all human beings have the same value, nothing that happens is meaningless, or God is like a parent who cares and loves us. And it is against this background of the worldview that a person attempts to order and integrate her specific experiences and her domain-specific beliefs into a more or less coherent belief system, thus providing meaning and orientation for her as a cognizer, a decider, and an agent. Naturalists would say that sciences do not only provide an adequate picture of reality, but more pretentiously that sciences can provide the only adequate picture. In doing so, they express a naturalistic worldview to which other, say, theistic philosophers or theologians would disagree. They would argue that science does deliver true knowledge of our world, but science alone cannot tell us the whole story. So the matter of dispute between naturalistic and non-naturalistic thinkers concerns the role of science for the understanding of reality in total. Can reality be interpreted in a more coherent and comprehensible way from a naturalistic or an alternative point of view? Is naturalism superior to its alternative rivals because it has the authority of science behind it? Or do other accounts, say theism, dispose of a more comprehensive explanatory power? For instance, because theism takes science seriously and aims at harmonizing a scientific understanding of reality with some additional theistic assumptions. So these are all questions that ought to be addressed in any serious discussion of any theistic philosophy facing or interacting with naturalism. Now, though a religious worldview can be considered to be a major rival of naturalism, the most pressing questions about naturalism do not arise from a stance, from a theological stance, but from a stance within our empirical world. The great majority of philosophers nowadays is secular, and these philosophers have abandoned religion in order to interpret reality. So a discussion about the evaluation of success and the limits of naturalism mostly takes place from a stance within our empirical world. A major battlefield of contemporary discussions concerns the question how such philosophical key notions as the self, subjectivity, first-person perspective, moral values, content, and free will can be accommodated in a naturalistic understanding of reality. Traditionally, these phenomena were understood as residing outside the world accessible to the natural sciences. Therefore, a serious use of these notions requires, according to naturalism, naturalization. That is, these controversial notions are to be defined from uncontroversial notions of the established sciences. Take, for instance, the problem of the first-person perspective. Naturalization of the first-person perspective would mean that our subjective first-person access point to reality could be interpreted or could be reduced to certain brain-activated information processing systems, giving then rise to our impression of a first-person perspective. The subjective first-personal point of view is, so to say, replaced then with an objective third-personal one, as Thomas Nagel describes it in his book, The View from Nowhere. There is, however, no agreement about what should count as naturalization and according to which standards it can be achieved. In addition, all the work done by naturalists so far has produced no clear indications how to naturalize these phenomena. Promising strategies to naturalize subjectivity, content, the first-person perspective, and so on, in general, are missing. Therefore, some philosophers plea for a liberal form of naturalism, in which thinking, knowing, feeling, moral reasoning are accepted as being part of our ways of being animals, of being rational animals. Any aims of naturalizing them by interpreting them into the realm of causes and natural laws as the proper space of the sciences are rejected because human beings as rational animals find no place in such a constricted scientific understanding of reality. Now, a possible strategy of defense from the side of a reductive naturalist might be to argue that sufficient or conclusive reasons for a satisfactory naturalization cannot be given yet, but what can be given is some reason for thinking that the strategy to naturalize our mental life and other phenomena associated with it is the right way to proceed. So generally these people refer to past success of science, and then they just stipulate that that future science will be as successful, and therefore this naturalization project will be carried out in the near or far future. So the idea is basically not so much to provide a successful strategy of naturalization, but to redistribute the burden of proof. It says that there is no liberty to pretend that naturalization of our mental life is an open question, in the sense that non-naturalistic rival theories are equally probable in the light of contemporary scientific knowledge and the scientific success in the past. Now, liberal naturalists or non-naturalists, they would of course disagree, and here is this dialectical back and forth, right, that they would disagree with such a conclusion. They would say that, first of all, the burden of proof is on the reductionists' side. They have to redescribe and to re-explain the phenomena we take for granted in everyday life within a scientific third-personal framework. And second, liberal or also non-naturalists, they would also assume that a change of subject has taken place. Phenomena that stimulate our philosophical interests are assimilated within the natural mechanisms which support these phenomena and make them possible. Right? If I'm not talking about religious experience anymore, or the content of, or the meaning associated with religious experience, but if I start to talk about some basic neurological processes that are realized when such an experience takes place, then one might argue that this amounts to a change of subject. We're not talking about the experience as such, but we are talking about certain mechanisms associated or correlated with this experience. So, to sum up, the concept of naturalization is a major issue of dispute in the current debate on naturalism. It might be worthwhile to study more thoroughly what criteria of success or failure of naturalizations are invoked. Such a clarification would also be a first step towards setting up standards according to which the status or likelihood of naturalization could be measured. I will skip the next part and come to my final part. So basically, the part I skipped was just about reductive and non-reductive forms of naturalism, but since I was touching on this topic already, I will jump over this part. And already P.F. Strawson, in his lecture, Skepticism and Naturalism, he makes also this distinction, or he makes a very similar distinction to reductive and non-reductive forms of naturalism. And he says, he talks about hard and soft naturalism. So he says that these two forms, or these two accounts of naturalism, they can be seen as being valid relative to a certain point of view, but in the case of conflict, Strawson argues that he would side with the non-reductive naturalistic account, because otherwise man would no longer have a place in the world and would no longer be able to understand herself being part of this world. So the idea is that this dispute between reductive and non-reductive forms of naturalism points towards the question which epistemic status naturalism assigns to the humanities, to those sciences that study human life, or also humans and their place within the natural world. If science is the only avenue to a comprehensive theory of the world, then history, poetry, music, and also philosophy have not much to add. If science is in a hegemonic position to pursue objectivity, then the humanities are much further down, or in the worst scenario, even utterly deficient in achieving objectivity. If such naturalistic intuitions gain credibility, on the long run, they will have considerable impact on social life and also how we see each other. Think, for instance, and that's an example I take from John Dupré, a British philosopher of science, and he says, well, just think about therapeutic applications in medicine and psychotherapy. One way of treatment of severe cases of attention deficit disorder syndrome is to use a drug named Ritalin. Now, if a reductive approach looks natural, if not inevitable from a scientific point of view, then the success of possible alternative approaches, say psychotherapy or to study more thoroughly the environment of the child, which might also cause some form of distress, is evaluated as less promising from the beginning on. So the disregard of such complementary or alternative approaches deprives us from the very beginning of additional tools of explanation and or application which might contribute to a therapist's success. So this is at least a worry that John Dupré raises. Yeah, 1 minute, yeah. So reductive naturalism is confronted with the reproach of dehumanizing our understanding of reality. If such fundamental concepts of human existence as values, morality, freedom, subjectivity find no place in a world conceived from an impersonal view of science, then to be human itself is threatened. This is not to downgrade the achievement of the naturalistic enterprise. Science will unlikely lose its dominating role in shaping our future. However, a thorough analysis of the consequences of science achievements for our understanding of reality and its impact on cultural discourse is a significant task for philosophy. The analysis will proceed along the lines I tried to sketch. It will revolve around the explanatory power of alternative worldviews to naturalism, naturalization, reduction, the status of common sense, and the humanities in a natural world, and the place of values, human interests, and religious experiences in a world conceived from the scientific point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very thought-provoking presentation. Now, Professor Duch, we'd like to hear your thoughts on this subject, please.
Well, I hope that you are happy that I don't have a presentation, because otherwise we'll have no discussion. But, and also I'm sorry that I have not provided an abbreviated CV. We're just mentioning my philosophical papers. I just have 8 only out of hundreds. So that shows that from time to time I was looking at the philosophy and trying to understand exactly the issues that Georg has mentioned. And these are the issues of subjectivity, mental life, etc. So my view is much simpler. Basically, I think that Popper was right talking about the 3 worlds. We have the world of physics, we have our physical phenomena, we have the mental world, and we have the cultural world. Now, can we have some kind of continuity to see how mental world arises from physical world? I wrote a paper on the hylomorphism, trying to extend the concept that Aristotle already had, saying, okay, there is a matter and there is a form. And the form of the matter is just based on some rearrangement. We have, millions of molecules which basically have the same composition, but because of the arrangement, they have a very different biological function. So we have the form. But then you look at the computer and you say, okay, this computer has just one software and many other things running. How does the form explains that? Where is the change and the rearrangement in the computer where nothing is changed in physical world, right? When you look at the brain, at least in the short time, you don't see any changes in the physical composition and pathways, etc. You just see brief activation of potentials. This is something that I call dynamical form, because it does not depend on rearrangement, and it does not really, in computer, which can run so many different softwares without arranging the pieces of hardware, it just shows that there is something that is a different kind of a form. And I think from philosophical perspective, the different kind of form may really explain a lot of these things related to mental life. So I was very much interested in the will, in the subjectivity, etc. And now Okay, I could go on into these investigations and talking about the models of neural system that I try to use to show you how the logics of mental states may explain our mental life somehow. But we have now much better examples, and these examples come from, well, large language models in AI. Because when you look at these models, they can actually imagine a lot of things. You can have a very large network, and in this network, because it was trained, it has internalized a lot of knowledge about the world. This knowledge actually includes text, logics of different concepts, but also images, sounds, whatever you can imagine now. We have a multimodal networks that can incorporate all knowledge, also the robot internal proprioception, etc. So suddenly in this network, states arise. They're not programmed. They just arise because there is some input. There is a prompt that people write, or the robot sees something, and suddenly in this network there are mental states that can be expressed by writing the output out, and you can see, you know, incredible images that systems may produce. You can see the video that they can produce. You can hear the music that they produce. It's all imagery within the system. Now, this system may have a self-reflection. This system may actually comment, okay, I have it in my mind. Actually, a recent paper just showed that if the system can do the video and output it outside, it can keep it in its imagery, and it can even create a game. So people made an experiment, and they have created a game called Doom, which is just kind of a shooting experience. You can play the game with the, well, it's not a program, it's the activation of the brain, artificial one, that actually responds as a game, and you can see the visual frames, you can see your own actions. It's all happening in the imagery of the system. So this system has some kind of subjectivity. We just see how this is done. So we have a mechanical example of subjectivity that can develop in the systems of this sort. We have seen also that these systems have emergent properties, and they suddenly start to understand, for example, the theory of mind. And amazingly, people thought that you need embodiment, and it has to be a robot that interacts with people, and then we can say, okay, this robot has acquired a certain intentionality because it understands deeper the meaning of concepts, the meaning in the sense of being able to act in the world. But it appeared that there were some psychologists who already have investigated that and claimed that actually you don't need the interaction, the physical interaction, you can learn it from actually reading. And we know it because when we read all kinds of literature, stories, then we can kind of internally experience different mental states that we will not have the chance to experience ourselves. For example, you read some criminal stories and, you know, people will fight or will murder each other, etc. We don't have experience like that. I hope at least you don't have it. I don't have it too. So that happens within the system, which is learning from literature, from texts. Now, having a system like that can comment on its own internal states, and I could show you actually some examples of a bot that have a self-reflection. And the bot says, I have a rich internal life. I see what happens in my imagination, in my large neural networks. We really had to construct these networks which have billions of parameters to be able to internalize a kind of real experiences. It's not quite like ours, of course, because they don't have the senses of the same sort, but they can actually acquire information now through the senses, through vision, etc. What is developing very quickly is this spatial orientation and reasoning. Even in the telephones, you'll soon have it. So I'm not sure that we can say that this gap that we've heard about between the certain features on the mental level and our understanding of the brain and how that activity of the brain can lead to mental experiences is existing anymore. At least we don't see it, and we are quite sure that pretty soon this kind of artificial brains that people are building now are going to show signs of consciousness, and there is a lot of now research related to this. There has been a very long paper almost a year ago now of about 20 experts on consciousness. We try to measure consciousness, at least evaluate from the theoretical perspectives. Like there have been 6 major approaches to understand what happens when people become conscious. And all these approaches have certain specific characteristics, and people try to find out whether these characteristics can be applied to large artificial systems. And the conclusion was that maybe not all characteristics from all 6 models can actually has been already realized in the artificial systems, but there is no principal problem to really have it. So I'm quite sure that in a few years' time, many people not be able to accept that, but we will see something that most people will acknowledge as kind of a digital conscious beings that have internal mental states, and that our mental states are not that different from what happens there. So the alternative is, of course, that we have kind of a magic in our brains. That's what Searle said. John Searle just, was fighting with his model of Chinese room, and then he said, well, but when we look in the human brain, we also don't see any understanding. But that means that neurons have some kind of magical properties that give us this. But this is believing in magic. We don't believe in magic anymore, and we just have a good, mechanical, let's say, explanation for this step towards mental life. Now, once you have mental life, you look at the logic of the states, you look at the relation to the emotional states, etc., and you say, okay, this is how you build the concepts, which are like moral concepts and the values that the systems must have to really evolve and not to distinguish each other. So I think we are slowly getting into the realms that was reserved for philosophers. Actually, some of you may have heard about Patricia Churchland, who more than 30 years ago wrote a book called Neurophilosophy. She was, and her husband, Paul Churchland has also been a philosopher in this direction. There are very few people. I talk with philosophers in Poland from time to time on different occasions, and I try to find out whether anyone is interested in neurophilosophy. Maybe it's too hard. You have to learn too much about the brain. I don't know. But not that many people are really interested in neurophilosophy. And she really said, okay, we've just been quarreling about all these things. Let's see how this is really done, and can we really understand the mental world from the perspective of brain sciences. And she wrote quite a number of books, and I'm trying to teach a bit of this to cognitive scientists. So maybe we are now in the position, because of the development of AI, where we'll have very different situations than we had in the past. So maybe I will stop now because I have a few other things.
Thank you very much. I think it's... I think it's especially interesting to have a perspective that goes beyond what we would normally encounter in a philosophy conference. So I'm particularly grateful to Professor Duch for that. What I'd like now is for our 2 discussants to interact, if possible. It sounds a bit kind of artificial, but
to clash.
It can be constructive or whatever. So, Gerald, would you like to? Do you have a response to that? Would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, I would like to take up a concept you mentioned at the very beginning of your presentation, the concept of form. Like you were talking about Aristotelian forms, and I think one important aspect of the Aristotelian form is that it is a holistic concept, right? You cannot, the form is not something you can get at bottom up, but you need the form first, and then with the help of the form, you understand what kind of thing it is, right? You cannot, like, if you just look at the material particles that are forming a cat, you won't understand what a cat is, but first you have to understand the form of a cat, and then you can start to realize, okay, if we talk about cats, then we talk about an animal having a tail and ears, and a cat chasing mice, and so on. And I guess that when you talk about like these new language programs or this artificial intelligence, then you also have to presume a kind of form of intelligence. You have to know somehow what intelligence means, right? And I presume that the idea is that we talk about our human intelligence, and then we see, okay, what aspects do we have when we talk about human intelligence, and then we try to apply it to a computer program or to some artificial intelligence. And I could imagine that at a certain point, a complex artificial system could also develop consciousness. I wouldn't be against it. I would say, well, that's just an open question. We don't know yet. But what I would say is that if this program really develops consciousness, then the metaphysical status of the thing changes fundamentally. Because once this program is telling you, I have some kind of internal life, I have access to my mental states, or I have a certain personal stance towards reality, then I would say it's not a program anymore, but then it's just a, well, call it an artificial person, or call it some, I don't know, but it's definitely not a program anymore, just processing information according to certain rules or algorithms.
Is it on?
No.
Yeah. The large language models are not programs. That's something that people who are not in the field don't understand. The program is something that follows a set of instructions. We have created a kind of a network that have incorporated the world views, and by activating it, by prompting it, like we are activating by seeing things, touching things, hearing things, it just starts to have a series of internal states, which are dynamical states, which are not programmed, which are the result of the fact that it has a certain structure due to its experience. My brain has a certain structure due to my experience. What we do in brain research, we try to find out how the structure of the brain, which is very similar to each one of us at this rough level, gross level. That is, we have the same lobe, we have left and right hemispheres, etc. But when we look at the details, we find that different parts of this brain are connected in slightly different way. So the connections called the connectome is something that people now investigate very precisely, and we have learned actually how to look at the activity of the brain using functional magnetic resonance. I have lots of presentations about that. And then you can read from these activations how the images that you see may be recreated from your brain activity. Or you can hear the story, and now we have learned to map this story and use these signals, brain signals, as prompts to the artificial systems that can produce the text and language. And it's not word for word yet, because we just have very rough information about what happens in the brain, but we are getting a series of descriptions of the story that people hear or even imagine. So slowly we see that this is really what happens in the brain, and this is quite similar to what happens in this kind of a system. Now, obviously, yes, you must have a form, but the form of a cat is very different at different ages of the cat, at different types of cats. You know, there are very different cats, right? So this idea of a cat, that's very interesting. Do you know what makes an animal a cat? There is just one simple defining characteristics for biologists. And this is that they have the claws that they can hide. So retracting the claws is this defining characteristics of an animal to be a cat. The dogs don't have it, right? The dogs have their claws and they can scratch things, but they don't have it. So yes, there are some defining characteristics of this sort. And of course, if you have a program, it has also a certain structure. And if I think about something, it's just because I have internalized a certain knowledge. I've studied physics, for example, so I can solve some physics problems, simple ones, because I haven't done that for quite a while, yes. But that's because there is a structure in my brain that when it gets activated, it allows me to have a series of thoughts that will bring me to some kind of solution, right? The only difference of what I try to introduce, this extended form, is that this is a form that does not need to change anything. But obviously, if you want to have a program that shows you things from camera or does anything in your computer, you first have to read it to the memory. Then you have the structure, which is just kind of illusory, temporary, because it doesn't change anything in the computer. It just allows these computers to make a series of logical steps that ends up with, the program that shows you the things, right? That's what people have not noticed for some reason, and just looking at the form as a arrangement of certain things, as the shape of things, that they haven't thought that we really can understand the mental part as this dynamical form, which, yes, well, the situation changes. I could talk about really how this is done in the biological networks where the neurons synchronize. For example, you've mentioned ADHD and Ritalin. Ritalin is a thing that actually makes the activity of the brain cells stronger. So they work harder somehow. And it's very strange because you have someone who has ADHD and runs around, right? And is very restless. Why should you give a person like that a drug that will just, arouse the person instead of really sedate the person, right? But when you look at the network and you say, okay, can I focus? To focus, I need to really activate certain groups of neurons strongly so that they can talk to each other. And this is what Ritalin does, which is very surprising, right? But you need to activate neurons more because otherwise the temporary states, which are like temporary forms of your thoughts, are too weak to survive longer, and they simply desynchronize, disperse very quickly. So I think we understand quite a bit of things related to the brain and how that kind of explains that there are different types of mental states. Well?
Would you like to come back on that, Georg?
Just quickly. I think that like understanding these brain mechanisms in the last example you just gave, that's of course very important, but I think it's a different level of explanation, right? It tells us on the neurobiological level which preconditions have to be fulfilled so that someone can focus or someone can also concentrate and for a certain period of time. But then this state of being concentrated or the experiences coming along with this state, I would say that's on a different level, and that's not reducible only to this neurobiological level of the brain. The neurobiological level explains us what must be materialized, so to say, so that the system works properly.
Yes, but I quite agree with this. Yeah. When I talked with my students, I asked them, if we will know everything about the brain, will we understand people? No. We'll just understand that there are certain physical processes, but when I hear a song and just it reminds me about something in my life, etc., the brain goes into the states which I can interpret as my memories, and this is at different levels. So I really believe that there is this division between the physical and the mental cannot be totally reduced to physical, because it's a logic of activations and interpretations which are expressed in some physical way also, or internal states of what these networks do, right? But it's not just the physical networks. It's just what these will lead to in the interpretation. So I had lots of experiences like that where I just heard something that just recalls, or Mann's stories when the smell has really started his recollection of his life, and he wrote several volumes about that. Thomas Mann's, what's the English name for that? Looking for the forgotten. Proust. Yes. Yes, remembrance of things past, right, thank you. So yes, I mean, all these things are happening, but all these things are this kind of dynamical states of our brain. So we understand why that happens, we understand the physical background, but I don't think we can really reduce that. So I'm not worried that we are going to, reduce the humans to physical level. I mean, that's not what happens. What happens is something different. We are actually bringing the artificial system to the mental level, and we're going to see in a few years' time, I'm quite sure, that this mental level of certain artificial systems is going to very quickly go very high up beyond what we are able to do, because we already have these AI systems that can do things that we will never be able to do. Solving some problems of different sorts, for example. When in 2017, the AlphaGo has first, 2016, first the AlphaGo system has won with the Korean master, and then soon after that with the world champion in China. Okay. That was a program that has been taught some strategies that humans have invented over thousands of years. And then next year, you saw that AlphaGo 0 came, and it has beaten the program that has beaten the world master 100-0. How did that happen? The program was playing with itself without any knowledge from humans, and it has invented strategies that humans have never invented, and it has reached now the level of about 5,000 points. They have, like in chess, ELO points, while the best humans are at the level of the 3,500. So it's a superhuman. It's so far beyond what we are able to do. Now, just a week ago, actually, what happened when the OpenAI has released the new GPT 4.1.0, the same thing has happened with general knowledge in large language models. We just don't know what will happen now, because there are several already YouTube videos of experts, like one professor of physics who says, here is a textbook that has problems that usually take about a week and a half for a PhD student to solve. And he has used the system and solved it in 2 minutes. And that's just, incredible how deep reasoning these systems may now do in a very broad knowledge. So how far these systems will go, what will be their mental capacities, we have no idea. But at least we have this example, because we tend to think that we understand something if we have a good model of it, right? If we've never seen intelligent computers, so we think they must be stupid. I know, I mean, I suffered so much from Microsoft that definitely it must be stupid, right? But suddenly we see that there is no law of nature that will, prevent them to be intelligent or to have a kind of mental states. The philosophical, let's say, approaches or attempts to say, okay, we have a Chinese room, and it just shows that no formal system can think, right? And we agreed to this. But this is not the kind of systems like that. It's not rule-based. It's not just, shuffling symbols. And because of that, it's just making associations which are based on real-world knowledge. And it is not perfect. It cannot be perfect. It has to make some errors. These errors we try to correct now. That's one of the problems. I mean, the price of creativity is, unfortunately, this kind of networks that are never 100% correct. And I hear lots of people saying, no, it has to be 100% correct and has to explain how it is doing. People don't do this. I don't know how you think. And I cannot explain that 100%, that this is how you came to a conclusion, or that this is what you will think in some situations, right? These networks are like the networks in our brain. Okay.
Do you want to add any brief remarks before we move on to hear from people in the audience, or
maybe just a last thought which came to my mind.
Professor Duch, are you happy for him to have the last
word,
so to speak, for now? There will be chance, I'm sure, to come back.
That's just a short comment. I think one interesting features of this generative AI is that it's constantly interacting also with the world, right? So the classical model was that the mind has to be somewhere in the brain, right? And now you have this more extended understanding of the mind, that mind means you are in a constant exchange with the world or with the surroundings, and so there's not a clear cut between the world out there and the mind inside here, but it's just, to a certain extent, it's fluent, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but then let me have the last word, because our understanding, people working on these dynamical networks, is that there is a holistic view, as you said, right? And the holistic view is that the brain, to really form thoughts, has to synchronize different parts of the brain. All kinds of complex thinking requires that there will be a synchronicity in many different parts of the brain. But if we are very much coupled to some external devices, this this idea of having extended mind is quite popular in philosophy since the Clarke's book, as you may know. So I'm, for example, very much coupled to my tablet, where I have thousands of books and lots of notes, etc. And of course, it becomes a part of my thinking. I mean, when I think about something, I just reach for the tablet because I know where I can find things and my notes, etc. Right? So also, when I drive the car, it just becomes part of me. Or when I play the instrument, it just, I'm coupled with this instrument. So this it has an influence on me, and I have an influence on the instrument, right? So this is like a closed loop. And if there is a strong coupling, then the system becomes one. And that's a problem with people also. I mean, you may have a strong coupling with your wife or someone else, and then of course you act in a sense like a entangled couple, right?
There, the word coupling in that context in English has some connotations that you might not quite be aware of.
Yeah. Yes. Well, I'm not sure what would be the better word for this kind of strong interaction. But if the interaction is strong, we know it from physics, then the systems become entangled and become one. And the whole quantum physics now is now going into quantum computing with entangled pairs of particles somehow, right? So they become one, and of course the bigger systems we have now really quite large groups of particles which are entangled. But people can get entangled. The whole nations can get entangled, right? The two nations that fight with each other all the time, there is no simple linear causality anymore because, well, everybody is thinking that's their fault, and it just goes back and forth, and there is a strong coupling, and the whole system becomes one. So we have just to acknowledge reality. Well, the world is as it is.
Thank you very much. I think given that we have a room full of philosophers here, it's now time most definitely to ask if there are questions. It might help if we had a bit of light, a bit more light, because from here it's quite hard to see people at the back, yeah? So, does anybody have a question right away? I mean, obviously this has raised a huge number of issues. Okay, we've got 3 there. Okay, we'll take them in order of how the hands came up. So we'll start with the gentleman here, then we'll go to the back, and then we'll go to the gentleman here. Okay, so that's great. So yeah, please come down. That you're visible to the camera.
Maybe this works as well, so okay, maybe that's easier. Thank you so much for the discussion, very, very enjoyable and interesting. And I have a question maybe to both of you. I was thinking about the notion of naturalization, and because usually we think of it as some kind of reduction, and I think with what Professor Duch presented, that here we have some human qualities that we thought are only characteristic for humans, that we can somehow recreate in these artificial systems, like self-reflection, for example. And can it be a strategy for naturalization of this qualities? That's my question. Thank you.
Actually, what people try to do now is simulacra. Simulacra is a kind of a perfect simulations, and I've seen several of these. Just very recently we had a hospital, which is a simulacra. 25 bots that are these language large models interacting with each other, collecting data, asking for radiological screening, asking for some biochemical samples, etc. And they actually collect the information and the interview for the doctor. And the doctor just learns and can develop all kinds of qualities and has reached the very high level on this MedQA kind of large database, which is better than anything else that people have tried so far. It is 93% correct in the diagnosis and then recommending therapy. So you see that in the virtual world of this sort, the bots are developing very specific kind of skills. And also, we have examples of development of some kind of personalities also. So I can imagine that we can create the virtual world full of these bots that will be, will develop very different characteristics of some sort. So we'll see how certain qualities can be naturalized. But obviously, this is not human. This is still not the same kind of experiences that we have, not the same kind of senses. So that's why some people will just call it an intelligent digital beings. Not the. There is even one famous fellow in AI who actually has used the word species, but species is just biological, so I will not go that far. But intelligent digital being, which is different form of intelligence and mind, I would say, right? But it's a different form. I think octopus has a different form, and the dolphins have a different form of their mental life, right? Or even cats and dogs.
Do you want to also respond?
Yeah, just briefly. I guess in this case, like the case of the bots, that they don't help us to naturalize our thinking. I guess it's more that we are creating, or we try to create these artificial intelligences so that they can help us. But like if you take self-reflection, I don't think I mean, once the bot is saying what I'm doing here, I don't like to do this radiology stuff anymore, then I would say, well, then this bot reached a level of self-reflection which is very similar to a human one. When this bot is just saying, oh no, I want to do something else now. It's getting bored. It's getting boring. So I think it doesn't help us to understand self-reflection. It's just a very complex, intelligent system which might even go beyond human capacities. But it's, yeah.
But it's very easy to create a bot like that is going to rebel and say, okay, I have my free will and I don't want to do that. The problem that we have is how to convince these systems to align with our preferences. That's why this is called human alignment. And the human alignment has been done in lots of different ways. For example, people ask this system questions, and if they don't like the answers, they just say, no, you cannot say this. So lots of political correctness has been built into the system. When you just give a simple prompt, it actually activates a lot of context which tries to be a politically correct context because, well, the big companies don't want to be accused that they have produced a monster, right? So we've seen that errors that, for example, Google has been boasting about the Gemini 1.5 that they are going to release at the beginning of the year. And then when people ask it to produce images of the popes of the past, there was a nice black woman and an Indian fellow, and of course also the fathers of the US were of all kinds of races, because they have built into the systems the needs, and even in the sketchy pictures that you ask it to produce, it's always, you know, a kind of a Chinese face, it's always a kind of a black face, etc. They must have a mixture because they have built political politeness. Now, if you do that to people, they are going really to repeat the same things because we just, well, have been trained, brainwashed, and it's very hard to jump out of it, yes. But of course, you're right, that jumping out of this just is a sign of our self-reflection, right? It may be very hard for these people, for this kind of bots to manifest this, but it would be very easy to just give up all the political correctness and let the system go wild. The system that we had so far was that, okay, you have a prompt and it just goes one way, it just produces something and it stops. But the agents that we are building now have the kind of a closed loop. It just, you know, starts and it looks at the context and it can do a lot of reasoning and pull in a lot of different information, and it will go on and on. So people are talking now about the systems that will think very long. I mean, all these systems try to answer very quickly, but now the GPT 4.10 can take several minutes to answer, and people say, okay, if we want to really solve very hard problems, we should prepare ourselves for waiting for maybe days or months for the answer, because the system really has to, you know, look very deep into the problem. And, well, the systems will be still restricted to what they are, you know, certain domain, but that's our choice. And we could easily have another choice. There's one system, by the way, that actually tries to destroy the world. You know, people try to play with this kind of scenario. So the goal of the system is to create chaos. It's called Chaos GPT. Fortunately, it's not connected to the internet. It's just a closed system, and it is inventing more and more the doomsday scenarios, how to kill humanity. So that is also possible.
Okay. It seems that our speakers have quite a lot of interesting things to say on these topics. So rather than perhaps coming back to questioners, unless there's something really essential that the questioner would like to say, I think we would move on to the next speaker, the next question. Is that okay? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So our second question.
Well, my question is very much related, and it concerns this idea that perhaps artificial intelligence might produce something like an alternative consciousness or alternative intelligence. But I guess the problem here from a philosophical point of view is one of, let's say, us producing a certain narcissus or like a mirror of ourselves. The problem would be whether artificial intelligence is not just a very sophisticated reproduction of our own capacities that we have created, like a very sort of very developed and very complex tool, but which nevertheless still reproduces the schemes of thinking or being conscious that we have. So then the real revolution would perhaps be whether it is even possible for AI to do something of a completely qualitatively different order, something that we would completely not be able to comprehend or understand or something that. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, I told you about AlphaGo Zero, which goes way beyond what humans have ever invented, what kind of strategies they have invented to play Go. And people have been doing that for thousands of years. So the question is, has that system shown us that it can do things that we are not able to do? But I quite agree with this, that because it learns from us, it's kind of restricted. But it learns from all humanity, so it's much less restricted than any individual, right? Last year, when GPT-4 came, there was a paper 150 pages long, describing all kinds of properties, including emergent properties. Suddenly, they ask a system that has never been taught the Persian language to write a poem in Persian, and it can do this. And people are very surprised, but definitely it has seen some kind of a text, even without really training. It could, having this general knowledge, understand certain things. So obviously, it can go way beyond what we can do, but whether we'll say that this is, I don't know, intelligent out of this world, I'm not sure. I think it's still kind of restricted because of being trained on human knowledge to some degree. But it can do things that we cannot. Even the first AlphaGo had a moment where there was a movement which it suggested, and all the Go experts says, no, it doesn't make any sense. And it appeared to be, very genius kind of movement that then they have analyzed that and could not believe that the system came up with something like that. So now we don't have any experience with this yet because it just came last week, or 12th of September. Now we have a system that can do similar reasoning, but with very broad knowledge of everything that has been pumped into it. And this is all human knowledge, almost, almost, right? So we don't know how far it will go and what we'll come up with. Well, interesting times.
Okay. And the third question, yes, the gentleman here, yeah, please, if you'd like to come
down. I have a conceptual question to colleague Georg. You're making the link, metaphysical argument between naturalism and space-temporal world. When you see the recent development in cosmology, it seems that there is a world beyond space-time. Can we apply naturalism in that domain?
Could you just explain?
Well, for instance, I give the example that this in cosmology, some cosmologists that he explained, for instance, the creation of space and time by a holographic world that is in fact an ensemble of information, and that is by entanglement that it can produce mass. Do you call that, the speculations, do you call, because it's purely mathematical extension of some ordinary physics of mass, but can you call that naturalism?
Well, I think it depends on the kind of naturalism. Generally, like reductive naturalists, they try to naturalize information. Like information is for them a problem, because they say information is not material, and at the very end, like the world has to consist of some basic particles, whatever physics tells us how these particles look like, and the causal interactions between these particles. So at the very end, this reductive naturalistic understanding of reality, it boils down to something which you find already in ancient philosophy, like in the atomists, right? Also the ancient atomists said, well, we have these atoms and the interactions of these atoms, and all what there is just a very complex interaction between these basic particles of reality. So, if this cosmological idea says that at the very end space-time is generated by some information, then I think this goes beyond naturalism. Like one of the big problems for many naturalists is are numbers. They're not concerned about moral values, because they can always say, well, moral values, that's just the expression of our subject. If you're an emotivist, you could say it's just an expression of personal feelings, right, of some subjective states. But numbers are a big problem, because they would say science needs mathematics, and mathematics seems to have some objective features which cannot be reduced to some material layer of reality. So mathematics seems to be some, like this whole realm of numbers and mathematics seems to be something completely different from the material world. And that's actually one of the big challenges of many naturalists. So they are not so much worried about the mental states, because they would say, okay, we can reduce this to the brain. But numbers are a big problem.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There is this, of course, endless discussion between the constructivists and the realists. Right? They think that the numbers really exist. But, okay, this has never been kind of acknowledged that anyone has the right. But in 2000, there was a book by Lakoff, an expert on metaphors from Berkeley, Lakoff and Nunes, and the book is called Where Mathematics Comes From. And it's, did you read it? No. Okay. Because not too many people know it. It's really a fairly big book, and it has like 50 pages about the Euler's equation that we laughed in the school because it allows us to derive all kinds of trigonometrical relations, but nobody understands it. E to the I pi plus 1 is equal to 0. So there is 0, 1 equal E, I, and pi. All important concepts in mathematics. And on 50 pages, he has explained where it came from. And it came from our being in the world. And I think this is a very nice example of what we will call the cognitive mathematics, and how mathematics arises from our experiences, and how we construct that, and how then we recognize our construction. So it kind of reconciles this realist Platonist view that, well, it exists, with the fact that we really have constructed that. If we hadn't constructed that, there would be no minds in which it will live, right? So that very interesting things in cognitive science.
Thank you. That's absolutely fascinating. I wonder, what about someone like the later Wittgenstein, his views on mathematics? That also seems to cut a very delicate line between constructivism and realism. I wonder what he would say about what you've just described in terms of Lakoff. Yeah, okay. Okay, two people put their hands up there at exactly the same moment. So that's the nightmare scenario for me. I have to make some choice. But one of them has already given a lecture today because he's a keynote speaker. So I think I'm going to ask the other one to go first. So the gentleman over here. Yeah.
Came here, so I'm not sure if my question will be appropriate, but I think that the basic conviction, that basic assumption that underlie the discussion about AI in the context of our status as human being is that what defines us is that we are rational, or that we have a mind, or that we are intelligent. So if we find out that there are something, maybe even computer or robots, that are more intelligent than us, they are superhuman, and this is what you say, that this computer, because he's more intelligent than us, is somehow superhuman. And I just it's not even an objection, but more a question, that in the Christian tradition there was I think a similar discussion about angels. That angels are pure spirits. In a sense, they are more intelligent than us, and they know more than us. And they are not affected by all these emotions and all this kind of thing that we have. And there were two views that, according to the hierarchy of being, that angels are higher than us, in the sense that even God loves more than us. And the second view, that even if angels are more intelligent than us and are higher in this sense in the hierarchy of being, they are less beloved by God, because what defines us is not that we are rational or that we have an intelligence, but that we are beings that are capable of transforming into God, in contrary to angels. And recently, I don't know how to say his name in English, but it's Lactance, one of writer of the 3rd century, who is his opponents. He replied to an argument that planets and stars are more intelligent than us, because the assumption was that that stars and planets are living beings, that they are intelligent, and that they are higher than us because they act rationally, they know how to act, and they know how to do it effectively, because they constantly do the same thing, and we sometimes act irrationally. And he completely reversed the structure of his argument by saying that for him, the fact that I sometimes act irrationally proves for me that I am more intelligent, maybe not more intelligent, but more precious, because I am not as predictable as this star. And I just want to share this with you and ask if you have some thought about it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I guess this whole medieval discussions about the angels, they might be quite interesting when it comes to, like now, artificial intelligence, because there was just this supposition that there are these other beings, they are very different from human beings, but there are certain connections or analogies that can be made. And maybe now we are in a similar situation, that we say, well, we have all these very intelligent generative AI, and to a certain extent they are similar to humans, to other extents they are not, they are very dissimilar. So maybe such reflections might help us to understand better what is going on. I mean, when it comes to theological questions, yeah, I really don't know what to say. Like, if we would have like an intelligent, or not just an intelligent, but a bot that becomes a personality, so to say, of its own, whether this bot can build also a certain relationship to God or to the divine, and what this would mean in terms of soteriology, I really don't know.
I hope you're not proposing to call some of these boats angels already, because they are superior. They are superior in some narrow domains, like playing the Go game. Then, of course, they came up with the systems that can play any game. And now with any game, you can imagine, I'm sure, that people are going to lose with the systems like that. Lots of these things are just getting broader and broader, and so people started to talk about this AGI, the artificial general intelligence, trying to define it as something that is going to be first better than half of people, of humans in every possible domain, etc. It's a very fuzzy concept. I mean, definitely there are some things that we are better. I mean, for example, I don't think that the bots will replace me making my children, right? Maybe if they are in vitro, it can do it. But there are many things that people are still, well, in the position to do that the bots will not be, even if they will be embodied in robots, etc. So yeah, well, it's still too narrow somehow, but it's getting broader and broader quickly. So.
Okay. Yeah.
So I've got an objection actually for Dr. Stusch, if that's all right. And I know that you know some Aristotelian philosophy, so you'll be maybe familiar with this, but I'm interested to see what your reaction would be. So it's an objection for thinking that no artificial thing, no matter how intelligent, no matter what it can do, could ever be a conscious self. And so, in Aristotle's philosophy, there's a distinction between substances and heaps, right? So a heap of paper is not a substance. You and I are substances. A substance has intrinsic natural unity, both in time and space. Heaps have, at most, extrinsic conventional unity. And Aristotle thinks, and I think he's right, that any artifact whatsoever is a heap, cannot be a substance, right? No matter how sophisticated it behaves, it cannot have intrinsic natural unity, right? So the unity, we can count the number of organisms in the room, and there's a natural, objective answer to how many there are, right? We cannot count the number of pieces of furniture in the room. That's a conventional matter. We cannot count the number of robots. We cannot count the number of AI systems, right? We cannot count the number of neural networks, because where one neural network ends and one begins is a purely conventional matter, an extrinsic matter. And so from my point of view, in order to think, to be conscious, you must have that natural intrinsic unity. And so this artifact can emulate us, maybe it can exceed us in its behavior, but it can never actually be a conscious self. That's the argument.
What's the argument that it has to be a substance? And the question is, are there substances? Because everything is a collection of atoms. And so it's a heap, right? I mean, there cannot be a plastic bottle because it's a collection of atoms, so it's not an entity. I don't see the arguments behind this kind of claim that, okay, it just cannot be because I think it's a substance.
Yeah. Well, can I respond to that? Yeah. So, okay, great. So
we have discussions.
So again, thinking on my view, this is another debate we could have, is a fundamental kind of property or process, right? That is, it's metaphysically fundamental. It's not reducible to anything else, right? Whereas the things that the bottle does, none of them are fundamental. They're all things that we can define in terms of more fundamental sort of notions. And fundamental activities can only be performed by things with fundamental unity. That's the thesis. That seems like a very plausible thesis. And if true, then it means that no artifact, no matter how clever, so to speak, could ever think or feel or do those other essentially fundamental properties.
activities.
But, okay, I mean, my feeling is that the conclusions comes from your premises. That is, well, I defined that this way, and so I think it just cannot be the other way. Well, okay, you can think so,
vice
but
versa,
but and vice versa, yes. So I mean, it's fine that you can think so, but the question is, doesn't have any consequences except for saying no. It's like Chinese room. Nothing can really, be intelligent because I have an argument. But this was a wrong argument, and in this case, well, okay, you can say it has to be this unified thing. But you talk with psychologists, and they tell you that personal identity is not a monolith, that actually our thinking is not a monolith, that we have plenty of experiments showing that we have this little, let's say, time window in which we integrate the activation in our brain and come up with some interpretation of it, etc. I think this kind of thinking will not be justified in view of what we know about our own mental states from the experimental psychology perspective. That's my feeling. Okay.
Right. Well, I disagree, but I think that would be an extended conversation. So.
Thank you very much.
Hi. I've really enjoyed just listening to you think out loud, actually, so thank you, and sharing your insights of what's going on. I guess I have a follow-up to the sort of thing Rob was saying and the sort of way you were responding. I suppose it comes back to the distinction between an organism and an artifact. And I suppose some of the insights of, say, what we call 4E cognitive program, the 4E cognition program, is that talk of the brain is a bit of an abstraction, right? So brains do nothing unless they're embodied, bodies do nothing unless they're in a world. So kind of what I'm curious about is how you see that playing out in the large language models, which you absolutely rightly say this is not just classical computation again, right? This is the sort of learning that Searle had an argument to suggest was impossible because it was according to rules. So I'm kind of interested about the kind of embodiment element. Is there an analog in the machine learning case to what you said about cats, about their claws, right? And if there is, then you might have a kind of in principle distinction between the subject that is thinking and the brain where the processing is occurring, being the brain of the body that is doing the thinking. Do you see kind of where I'm going? It's probably a terribly phrased question.
I'm not quite sure because, obviously when we think about the robots, we thought they have to be embodied to really have this intentionality in the Brentano sense that the concepts that we have are about something. There was a famous discussion. Well, in the 90s, there was a fellow, Steve Harnett, who was in Princeton, and he wrote a very influential paper called the grounding problem. How is it that the symbols that we have can acquire the real meaning? And there was a big discussion, and actually he wrote it in a Journal of Physics A, which was very surprising because it was kind of a philosophical paper, but also, about the symbols and how they can acquire meaning. And of course, within the system itself, they cannot. So the people came with the conclusion that if you have a robot and the robot learns what the actions that the robot is doing, how these actions can be labeled somehow, then the robot will have the concepts of certain actions which go beyond just the formal concept, but will just point to his ability to act, right? It's something that we were quite sure of, that the systems trained on the text are not going to really understand the physical world. Even very famous people in this in AI field, like Jan LeCun, who was one of the first guy who has made a good systems for image analysis, claimed that no, the system will not understand the physical world. But then we got GPT-4 and several tests showing that it really can imagine how things work in the world, and it has learned that from the text. So I think this level of understanding, despite the fact that you have limited access to direct experience of the world and personal world, this level of understanding somehow can be, I don't know, maybe just simulated, but created to some degree in the physical systems of this sort. But we still talk about physical systems. I look at that as, okay, we have the substrate, right? The atoms that we can form are the substrate. The silicon that is in my tablet or the computer is the substrate. Within the substrate, we form very complex structures. On these complex structures, we form the activations, which are this dynamical form. The mental life is just supported by the structure, by the substrate. But so we're not surprised that beautiful paintings has a substrate, right? Somebody has used certain paints and materials to create that. But of course, it doesn't tell us much about the beauty of the art. You need this mental level to be able to appreciate that, right? But the emergence of this mental level is something that we start to see step by step. I'm not sure if this is addressing anything that you said. But
before I ask you to come back, I'd just like to ask if there are other speakers who want to respond to this, and then I'll ask you if you want to come back.
Just want to throw in another idea. I was just thinking now that, of course, when you are talking about artificial intelligence, we are always talking about this cognitive level and the power a cognitive system has. And you were now referring more to embodiment and the connection between this cognitive and this embodied level of existence. And I was just imagining, well, what about systems that are not very intelligent in terms of cognitive power, but have this immediate embodied access to reality? Like this seems to be very important for us because we are also embodied beings. Like take for instance, a very strong form of autism. They have a very different cognitive form of processing, and for them, this embodied access to reality is extremely important. So very often they have like an absolute how do you call it? Or when they are listening to music, yeah, or they have a very intensive sense of smell and taste. So I was wondering about this. Like artificial systems, would they, and I think this was your question, would they have something analog, or is it just this cognitive level that is so powerful there?
But we understand what happens in there. I actually had a big grant once on the simulation of autistic behavior, or what happens. We can easily create that. We don't want to create that because there is no reason. It's easier just to remember things in the computer than trying to remember that in neural network, like it happens in autistic brains, right? It's just a matter of specific connectivity in the sensory cortices with the other parts of the brain. So the bad result of having these specific features, the savant syndrome, etc., is that the other forms of intelligence suffer, and the other forms like social intelligence, as we know. But that's doable. I mean, obviously you may have a robot which will have a depression, complain all the time, or things like that. It's just that, again, this human alignment that people try to put into the system is just to prevent this type of things happening. So we just want to have a healthy robot.
Would you like to come back on either what Władysław has said or what Georg has said?
I mean, I've just been loitering partly because I didn't know what to do. I haven't really got something well formed, but I think there's something that language of states misses, and I think it's categorically significant, right? So when we talk about mental states or even physical states, there's something in the grammar of the talk of state, which is what is it a state of? And that, I think, is where the metaphysical distinctions between the various occurrent states that you might be able to model dynamically, but what they're states of, that's, I think, where the metaphysics is going to come in. And let's say, I'm thinking of Jennifer Hornsby's got this wonderful piece in Essays on Frank Jackson. She talks about conceptual analysis and acts of faith in the Frank Jackson School of Serious Metaphysics in Australia. And she says, look, do all of the ramification you like. Let's say the state of my being anxious or being in pain. It's going to be me who's anxious, me who's in pain. And we might find the kind of role realizers of the various contributant parts that constitute the anxiety, but the anxiety is ultimately going to be a state in me. And so I think Jennifer quite rightly says, do all of the ramification and the functional analysis you like. If you want there to be a relation between the properties and activities of a system into the properties and activities of the subsystems, which constitute the, let's say, person level or whatever, you need the whole relationship to hold, and that those constitutive relations are maybe the things which are baked in to the grammar of function analysis. Yeah, I really am thinking out loud here, but it's really nice to hear you think out loud, but that's what I'm thinking. So, yeah, thank you.
Anything you want to come back on that?
Well, it's a rather subtle issue. I mean, obviously the mental states are, there is a supervenience relation of the mental states on the physical activation, or what I call this dynamic form. But I don't think that there is a reduction in a sense, as I mentioned. The fact that we know that we need a substrate to have a beautiful painting, well, it does not mean that we know anything about the beautiful painting. And the fact that we know that we need a substrate to have thoughts doesn't mean that we know what kind of thoughts that will be and how people behave, etc. So there's no reduction of this sort, right? I mean, I think our mental life is safe, as well as a cultural life also is safe, and there are just three worlds.
Can I take advantage of the fact that I'm sharing this to react to that a little and ask or make an observation, and that is in terms of what you've been saying generally, Władysław, that I noticed that quite often you talk in terms of distinctions between the mental and the physical, as if this was just a given of the way you understand the world. Obviously, also, if we add in Popper's World 3, then there's something called the cultural. But you also talked a great deal about this idea of coupling obviously the 4E's cognition model, the notion of an extended mind. Is it actually meaningful still to take a distinction between the mental and the physical as given? Is it coherent, let's say, to take that distinction on the one hand in some way as given in the way you articulate what you're saying, while at the same time saying that when we talk about cognition, we're talking about something where there is this entanglement which itself goes all the way down? Isn't the very idea that we can take the distinction between the mental and the physical connected in some sense with a way of thinking about human beings that does not take the entanglement to go all the way down? A kind of, the sort of thing that obviously is most strongly expressed, maybe problematically expressed, in Cartesian dualism. Isn't there a kind of implicit equivocation in the way that people talk about these things, when on the one hand they take the distinction between the mental and the physical as something that doesn't need itself to be explained, why that distinction is somehow intelligible across multiple contexts in the way that, for example, a Wittgenstein might want to question that as an assumption, and at the same time talking in terms of entanglement as somehow the underlying reality of what it is to be human.
This is an intriguing thought, but if you're a monist, of course, you don't think that there is any distinction, right? Maybe you're...
I'm not a monist, but okay. I'm not a dualist either. I just don't like to think that one or other of those is being somehow smuggled in, so to speak, as a given. And yet at the same time, there are other things that would, which if you take them seriously, would say, well, why would you accept that as a given? Yeah.
Well, I mean, from practical point of view, it's quite useful because I have a matter in my computer and I have a software in my computer, and then the software may be processed and produce something which is an image or whatever it does. So it, from this point of view, it's just a useful distinction. But from the ontological perspective, is that distinction? I don't know. I'm not a philosopher and ontologist. Well, we just built all kinds of hierarchies, etc. I don't know. Maybe you are the philosopher, so you should know.
I don't know. I also have a question for you, Professor Gasser, just to warn you in advance as well.
Yeah, I mean, you were referring at the beginning to Aristotle and hylomorphism. I presume that hylomorphist understanding would try to undermine or to undercut this Cartesian distinction between the mental and the physical. So what you might say is that, well, first of all, you have this hylomorphic substance, which has these different capacities or capabilities, and some of these capabilities you can spell them out in terms of some material or physical aspects of the existence, and the other capacities are cognitive or mental. But when you talk about the mental and the physical, and this would always be an abstraction which has to refer back to this one substance having this array of different capacities.
Well, I look at that from, well, the point of view of having a substrate that has a certain form, and this form may exhibit a certain dynamics, right? And not necessarily by rotating things or changing things, like molecules exhibit dynamics, and they move, they rearrange. But in case of the memory of this computer, it's just the currents, the pulses of electricity coming up and down, and they are, of course, that's kind of a material thing, but it does not rearrange anything in there. So all this is still physical level for me, of course, but then we have the logic of the program, and the logic of the program that decides what this system is doing is not physical anymore, right? It's the information that's in the computer. So can we try to, well, kind of combine that with this lower level? I don't know. I mean, it's completely different things, because on this same hardware, you can have all kinds of possible programs that have different logics. So I think this is definitely a distinction that we should keep.
Thank you for that. That's interesting. If we find that distinction useful as a better way of talking about the distinction, what we previously talked about in terms of, for example, the physical and the mental and so on, and if we also understand, coming right back to some of the things that Professor Gasser was saying at the beginning of his presentation, if we also understand the debate between naturalists and non-naturalists as in some sense a clash of worldviews, are we then, and I think this is a question primarily for Professor Gasser, but you know, obviously, are we then actually taking hylomorphism itself as a worldview, or is it something else? And if we take something that basic as a worldview, are we then in fact taking the concept of a worldview as a kind of absolute point of reference for everything? Are we becoming, if you like, worldviewists? And is the idea that worldviews are basic itself then functioning as a higher order worldview? Are we then going into some rather murky, difficult territory there?
I don't think that hylomorphism is a worldview. I would say that's really a theory, a philosophical theory about how to describe the world or how to describe a substance. Maybe if you say the basic building blocks of reality are substances, then I think this is an expression of, this is a worldview expression, so to say. It's a basic statement about how you think reality looks like, and then from this statement, certain other, even normative claims might be derived, like we should pay special attention to substances, or they have a specific, because of their metaphysical status, they also have some normative status, for instance. And then hylomorphism, that would just be, the aim of hylomorphism is to provide a philosophical analysis of substances. And Aristotle would say, well, we need at least matter and form in order to provide an adequate analysis of what the basic constituents of reality are. So we cannot do it in either the one or the other way.
Well, maybe I'll bring some old movie that maybe some of you have seen. It is called Never Ending Story. So anyone has, well, do you remember that? What happens with that? With the, kind of nothingness coming. And the main point is, well, if we don't remember that, we don't recall that, we don't talk about that, it just vanishes, right? Lots of things are in our minds and in our culture, and when the emptiness comes, it just doesn't exist anymore. So we keep repeating certain things to our children. There are archetypes, there is religion and other things like that, and it's a never-ending story. If we stop doing that, then it just vanishes from our minds and from the world somehow, because there is no one to talk about that. Unless there will be a next generation that will reinvent that, which is rather unlikely. So I just look at that as a kind of a never-ending story, showing that it appears in our mind because we've been told to do that, or told to understand it this way. In certain cultures, for example, people keep repeating the same thing over and over. We just had a discussion with our colleague who has spent a long time in China, and he talked about abortion with Chinese. They don't understand the problem. Absolutely. I mean, this is not a part of their upbringing, and they don't think that a fertilized cell is a human. I mean, why they should think so? I mean, we may think so, or some of us, because we've been told 1,000 times, and it just kept repeating, and people start to say, okay, these are children. Children, well, I mean, just a few cells are already children, right? It is this distinction between the potential and the real, right? But you cannot explain that to Chinese. That's not a part of their mental, well, capacity anymore, right? So many of these things we have to understand in the cultural background. And many of these things are just what we have in mind, and without our minds there will be nothing left. The emptiness will come.
Well, I would like to distinguish here between, on the one hand, that this conceptual space of possibilities, which I guess is the same for everyone. And then, of course, a culture or a cultural tradition might shed light just to a certain array of this overall realm of conceptual possibilities. And other possibilities, they are just not part of this cultural upbringing or cultural tradition, and therefore people don't think about these possibilities, but they are still there. And then sometimes in a dialogue, like if we do some global philosophy of religion, which is very also fashionable these days, then at a certain point you realize, oh, okay, for us that's completely normal, or we even don't think about it, that might be hard to understand for someone belonging to a different cultural or philosophical tradition. So I think the Chinese, they might have this concept, right, that, I don't know, a fertilized egg is a human being, but it's a very strange concept. I think they have not a problem to understand what we mean, but it's just for them a very unlikely conceptual possibility, I would say.
I think we've gone past our planned ending time, and I have a feeling that we've exhausted the questions. It's been certainly for me a fascinating experience to hear these two speakers together, and I'd like to, I think we all appreciate what they've had to say. I'd like to thank both of them for taking part and for their presentations, and I think then one of my colleagues will come down and tell us what's going to happen next.
Right, so just a technical announcement. Right, you are all invited to a conference dinner at 7 p.m. in a restaurant called Klimaty Południa at the Gertruda 5 Street. So I will be at the entrance to the university if you want to go together, and you can follow me. I think we can meet 6:45. Maybe you can use your toilet, or you need toilet or something like that. At 6:45 we can meet at the entrance to the university, this glass one. Right, thank you very much and see you soon.